These epistemological and methodological considerations have particular salience in the contemporary configuration of intensifying scale relativization, in which the national institutional structuration of urbanization processes is being profoundly recalibrated in conjunction with accelerated geo-economic integration, an increasing neoliberalization of territorial regulation, processes of post-Keynesian state retrenchment, and the proliferation of regionally and locally specific forms of industrial crisis and regulatory response. In the U.S. context, entrepreneurial forms of urban policy have been superimposed upon the distributive land use regimes, nationally standardized infrastructural configurations, and managerial governance arrangements that prevailed during the industrial, corporate monopoly, and Fordist Keynesian accumulation regimes. This intensified activation of local economic development strategies among U.S. cities has been impelled in no small measure through the riscaling of national state spaces from Reagan's new federalism in the 1980s to various post-federal programs of welfare devolution and fiscal retrenchment in the 1990s and subsequently. 54 During the last decade, the scalar geographies of this putative new urban politics have continued to mutate through the proliferation of multi-city growth coalitions that aspire to construct customized infrastructures for regional supply chains and logistics capacity. 55 Consequently, the scalar configuration of urban growth machine operations is once again being qualitatively reworked in relation to new accumulation strategies, a new crystallization of the spatial division of labor, various multi-scalar politico-institutional realignments, and emergent political strategies to regulate the urbanization process. As discussed in previous chapters, a closely analogous proliferation of local economic initiatives, likewise animated through combined processes of geo-economic integration, post-Keynesian state riscaling, and industrial restructuring, has been occurring since the early 1980s across the European Union. Given the long commitment of European welfare states to compensatory regional policies that attempted to integrate local economies within nationalized systems of territorial development and infrastructure provision, this growth-oriented new urban politics represents a rather striking developmental break. In the face of these transformations, and the wide-ranging processes of scale relativization with which they are intertwined, urban growth machines appear to be playing increasingly significant roles in shaping the landscapes of post-Keynesian urbanization across much of Europe. 56 But in the European context as well, the scalar constitution of urban growth politics is likewise being significantly reworked through emergent strategies of city regionalism, intercity networking, and new types of regional or interregional infrastructural alliances. Indeed, while property values still matter immensely to the key actors involved in such growth-oriented territorial alliances, the project of increasing ground rents through local land use intensification is now tightly intertwined with multi-scalar political initiatives to construct the customized infrastructural configurations that are thought to facilitate innovation, flexibility, and connectivity under conditions of heightened geo-economic uncertainty. 57. The analysis presented here suggests, then, that the consolidation of a new urban politics in the North Atlantic region and beyond must be understood above all in relation to the evolving national institutional envelopes and multi-scalar regimes of territorial regulation within which they are embedded. The political arenas of urban development are constituted through the continual making and remaking of state spaces across places, territories, and scales. There is indeed a politics of urban growth, and this politics frequently does involve a scale-specific machinery of localized institutions, laws, policies, alliances, strategies, and struggles, but its conditions of possibility lie elsewhere. 8. 1,000 layers, geographies of uneven development. Recent debates on the nature and consequences of globalization have renewed social scientific interest in questions of worldwide social and spatial inequality. Some commentators have claimed that, under contemporary conditions, geographical differences are being annihilated as new information technologies, transnational corporate strategies, free market politics, and cultural imperialism homogenize the landscapes of everyday life around the world. Most critical geographers have stridently rejected such claims, arguing that late modern capitalism has in fact been premised upon an intensification of differences among places, regions, and territories, even as the mobility of capital, commodities, and populations is enhanced. 1 Rather than superseding geographical differentiation and smoothing out socio-spatial inequalities, contemporary processes of geo-economic integration have entailed a striking reworking, differentiation, and intensification of the patterns of worldwide polarization that have long underpinned and resulted from the process of capitalist development. Meanwhile, struggles for a sense of place, for territorial rootedness, and for a unique geographical niche remain as intense as ever in a world of sometimes disturbing volatility. 2 Precisely as interconnections among dispersed spaces around the globe are thickened, geographical differences are thus becoming more rather than less profound, at once in everyday life and in the operation of social, political, and economic power. In short, spatial unevenness remains endemic to the contemporary global capitalist order. 3. Especially since the 1980s, critical geographical scholarship has confronted the problem of geographical difference in a systematic, theoretically reflexive way. The concept of uneven spatial development lies at the heart of such analyses. This concept is derived from Marx's foundational account of capital circulation in Capital, where the notion of uneven development was used to describe the existence of differential growth rates among various sectors of the capitalist economy. 4 The concept was reinvented in the early 20th century by socialist intellectuals such as Lenin, Luxemburg, Bukharin, Trotsky, and Mondale, who were concerned to understand the global expansion of the capitalist mode of production through imperialism and colonialism. 5 The concept of uneven spatial development was introduced and elaborated by radical geographers in the late 1970s and early 1980s. 6 Through their work on uneven spatial development and a range of closely related issues including spatial divisions of labor, industrial restructuring, crisis formation, urbanization, regionalization, and gentrification, radical socio-spatial theorists developed new ways of conceptualizing the production and continual reorganization of geographical differences under modern capitalism. The theoretical foundations forged during this period have also proven useful for scholars concerned to analyze various aspects of geographical differentiation that cannot be fully derived from the logics of capital accumulation. 7. Building upon this extensive literature, and against the background of the analyses of scale production and risking developed in this book, the present chapter considers a specific question: how are the geographies of USD to be conceptualized? In his classic contribution on the topic, Neil Smith suggested that USD is deeply imbricated in the production of geographical scale. 8 Indeed, it was Smith's attempt to decipher the seesaw movement of USD under modern capitalism that appears to have led him, in a path-breaking intellectual maneuver, to theorize about geographical scale on its own terms, rather than subsuming it under other geographical concepts such as territory or place. The very differentiation of global, national, regional, and urban scales, Smith proposed, must be understood at once as a medium and a product of the process of USD under capitalism. Smith's justifiably influential conceptualization inspired a generation of critical geographical scholarship not only on USD, but more generally, on the production of scale and its associated politics. In this chapter, I revisit the intellectual terrain of Smith's initial theorization of USD in the context of more recent attempts to decipher scaling and risking processes under modern capitalism. While my analysis builds extensively upon the theoretical foundations constructed by Smith, I propose a broader, polymorphic conceptualization in which scaling and risking processes are understood to be tightly interwoven with several other, equally essential dynamics of socio-spatial structuration under capitalism, including placemaking, territorialization, and networking. 9 Drawing upon Henry Lefebvre's vivid metaphorical description of social space as a millefeuille, I thus interpret the geographies of USD as being composed of 1,000 layers, a dynamic intermeshing of scale, place, territory, and networks that produces extraordinarily intricate, restlessly mutating configurations of socio-spatial organization. 10. To be sure, Smith's insight that USD is both scale differentiated and scale differentiating remains foundational. However, this chapter underscores what I have elsewhere termed the limits to scale 11. While processes of scaling and rescaling are indeed central to the production of USD under modern capitalism, the theorization presented here is intended to caution against the tendency to overextend scalar concepts in geopolitical economy. Paradoxically, it is precisely the progress of debates on the new political economy of scale during the last 3 decades, which have generated a nuanced conceptual vocabulary for the analysis of rescaling processes, that now enables us to reconsider the geographies of USD with equal reference to the spatio-temporal dynamics of placemaking, territorialization, and networking. Following a general overview of the theorization of USD that has been developed by radical geographers, I elaborate this polymorphic approach to socio-spatial theory through a stylized analysis of the intermeshing of placemaking, territorialization, scaling, and networking processes in the production of USD during the longue durée geohistory of modern capitalism. In addition to the methodological relativization of scale-centric approaches to USD, this exercise is meant to advance several other core analytical claims. 12. USD is not a self-evident fact, an empirical truism, or an ambient background condition of political economic life under capitalism. It requires active theorization, and continual retheorization, in relation to the restlessly changing historical geographies of capital accumulation, urbanization, state regulation, social reproduction, ecological transformation, and socio-political contestation it produces and mediates. The geographies, institutional mediations, impacts, and contradictions of USD mutate historically, in close relation to broader configurations of capitalist development, state space, and socio-political struggle. Spatial polymorphism is, therefore, not a transhistorical ontological principle, but a pragmatic methodological basis on which to investigate the dynamic historical interplay between placemaking, territorialization, scaling, and networking processes, their variegated socio-spatial consequences, and their ongoing political contestation. The investigation of contextually specific restructuring processes may sometimes require the analytical privileging of particular dimensions of socio-spatial relations, scalar, territorial, place-based, networked, or otherwise, at least as a starting point for further analysis. However, the appropriate selection and combination of theoretical abstractions in socio-spatial investigations is not grounded upon a foundational ontological commitment, but flows from specific explanatory challenges, research questions, and politico-intellectual concerns. The chapter concludes by specifying some of the wide-ranging implications of the preceding analysis for the conceptualization of the capitalist urban fabric developed in this book. In so doing, it resituates the account of the urban question as a scale question elaborated in previous chapters within a transformed, reflexively polymorphic analytical framework through which the production of new urban spaces may be more precisely investigated. Foundations. Reflexive theorizing on USD began in the 1970s and has subsequently flourished in the writings of critical geographical political economists. 13 While this literature is quite multifaceted, it contains several core theoretical propositions regarding the nature of USD under modern capitalist conditions, which can be summarized briefly as follows. Under modern capitalism, the existence of geographical difference is not simply an expression of the discrete qualities of particular places, of inherited differences among regions, or of the fact that socio-spatial arrangements are intrinsically heterogeneous. As the division of labor is deepened through sectoral specialization and extended through geographical expansion, spaces throughout the world are simultaneously interconnected and distinguished in a seesaw movement of equalization/differentiation. 14 Rather than extinguishing the distinctiveness of places and territories, this dialectic of simultaneous interconnection/variegation reworks inherited geographical differences, which can now only be understood in relational, intercontextual terms. From this point onward, geographical difference no longer represents the spatialization of particularity. It instead demarcates the distinctive yet constitutively relational positionality of any given space within an evolving, worldwide grid of interdependencies. Contexts, in other words, are now embedded within metacontexts. Point 15. In the most general terms, then, USD represents the aggregate, macro-geographical expression of such positionalities within each successive configuration of global capitalist development. Each historical framework of USD entails the differentiation of cores and peripheries, spaces of centrality and marginality, inclusion and exclusion, empowerment and disempowerment, appropriation and dispossession. Accordingly, in this conceptualization, socio-spatial positionality refers not simply to absolute terrestrial location, but concerns the relational situatedness of particular spaces within broader, asymmetrically organized frameworks of power. Point 16. The notion of USD is therefore intended to capture the systematically polarized organization of socio-economic resources and capacities not only between different populations, but across and among the diverse socio-spatial configurations through which the rule of capital is constituted. Patterns of USD are mediated through large-scale institutional formations and diverse social forces. This means that the analysis of geographical difference necessarily entails an inquiry into the politics of space through which historically specific configurations of socio-spatial polarization are produced, contested, and remade. Point 17. Clearly, accumulation strategies play a central role in the structuration of USD, but so too do state institutions, territorially based political alliances, social movements, and other contextually specific struggles. During the historical evolution of capitalism, certain deep structures of USD have been entrenched. These include the core/periphery division on which the international division of labor has long been grounded, the city/countryside opposition, and the various modalities of ecological appropriation associated with the metabolic rift. Point 18. Despite this, however, USD is always articulated in historically and contextually specific forms. Global inequality, city/non-city divides, and metabolic rifts have remained persistent, durable features of capitalism, but their precise geographical, geopolitical, and geoeconomic contours have been reshaped in manifold ways during the past 3 centuries. Moreover, even as certain dimensions of USD under capitalism have proven relatively durable, others have been periodically modified, sometimes in quite dramatic ways, during the process of worldwide capitalist development. Examples of the latter include the configuration of urban and regional settlement patterns, city/hinterland relations, the geographies of industrial development, landscapes of infrastructural investment, the organization of political economic hegemony, and the configuration of worldwide spatial divisions of labor. Point 19. Patterns of USD can thus be said to crystallize at the interface between inherited socio-spatial configurations and emergent spatial strategies intended to transform the latter. In exploring this wide-ranging constellation of issues, David Harvey's conceptualization of the fixity/motion contradiction under capitalism offers considerable analytical and methodological traction. As we explored in Chapter 2, Harvey argues that the deep structures and longue-durée trends of USD under capitalism are mediated through struggles to manage historically and geographically specific expressions of the fixity/motion contradiction. Capital accumulation hinges upon the production of historically specific socio-spatial configurations, which are internally differentiated and systemically polarized. At the same time, patterns of USD are periodically re-articulated due to capital's impulsion, under conditions of systemic crisis, to creatively destroy established frameworks of territorial organization in pursuit of new spatial fixes for capitalist expansion. Subsequently, as new socio-spatial formations for capitalist development are provisionally established, inherited forms of USD are likewise rewoven, generally in ways that preserve some of their inherited contours while restructuring or rupturing others. The shifting patterns and mutating pathways of USD under modern capitalism are thus tightly intertwined with the fixity/motion contradiction. Geographical differences, then, are not pregiven or immutable features of the social or physical landscape. Under modern capitalism, they are produced, in the form of USD, through historically specific political economic processes, conflicts, and struggles. It is only through an understanding of such processes, their variegated institutional expressions, and their ongoing contestation that changing historical forms of USD can be deciphered, whether in relation to the challenges of understanding the logics of modern capitalism or with reference to more specific research terrains, questions, and debates. In this sense, USD is not only the product of capitalism, but a basic precondition and medium for its large-scale, long-term reproduction, intensification, and expansion. As Edward Soja explains, capitalism intrinsically builds upon regional or spatial inequalities as a necessary means for its continued survival. The very existence of capitalism presupposes the sustaining presence and vital instrumentality of geographically uneven development. 20. Millefeuille/8000 layers. In the discussion thus far, I have deployed the term space as a generic category for describing all aspects of geographical difference and a wide range of socio-spatial formations, processes, transformations, and conditions. I have thus referred to spaces, spatial differentiation, socio-spatial organization, socio-spatial relations, socio-spatial polarization, socio-spatial structuration, and, most generally, uneven spatial development without explicitly delineating the specific geographical patterns in which the latter are articulated. At this stage of the analysis, however, it is necessary to examine more closely the variegated fabric of social space and, specifically, the manifold contours, dimensions, and morphologies of USD. To this end, Lefebvre's emphasis on the polymorphic character of social space within capitalist modernity provides a helpful methodological orientation. Point 21. From this point of view, the geographies of any social process, urbanization, capital accumulation, social reproduction, state regulation, socio-political contestation, uneven development, and so forth cannot be understood adequately with reference to any singular principle or all-encompassing morphological pattern. Instead, as Figure 8.1 illustrates, several intertwined yet analytically distinct dimensions of socio-spatial relations may be distinguished, including place, territory, scale, and networks. Point 22. The conceptual abstraction of place denotes geographical proximity, clustering, the embedding of socio-spatial relations within particular locations, and patterns of areal differentiation. Point 23. As such, the concept of place captures an important dimension of each of the aforementioned socio-spatial processes, but it cannot illuminate all aspects of their geographies or serve as a generic metaphor for socio-spatiality as such. To proceed otherwise would entail the methodological trap of place centrism, that is, the treatment of social space as if it were composed completely and uniformly of places, or the ontological privileging of place over other modalities of socio-spatial structuration. The concept of territory, which refers to the enclosure, bordering, and parcelization of socio-spatial relations, likewise sets into relief various essential dimensions of macro-geographical development and socio-spatial differentiation. Point 24. However, it would be a serious methodological error to reduce all aspects of social space to this dimension. Indeed, even the geographies of the modern state, which has been routinely defined as a territorial power container, cannot be understood in exclusively territorial terms. Point 25. This fallacy, which has been quite pervasive within mainstream political studies and international relations theory, may be characterized as methodological territorialism. Point 26. As I have argued throughout this book, the concept of scale is an essential basis for deciphering the vertical differentiation and stratification of socio-spatial relations among global, supranational, national, regional, and / local levels. As such, scale likewise captures an important, but not comprehensive, dimension of modern socio-spatial relations and ongoing socio-spatial transformation. To reduce socio-spatial relations as a whole to their scalar dimension would lead to the methodological dead end of scale centrism, the overextension of scalar concepts beyond their proper domain of application. Point 27. Finally, the concept of the network describes the configuration of transversal linkages, interdependencies, forms of circulation, and modes of coordination across geographically dispersed locations or organizational units. These likewise represent an increasingly significant dimension of contemporary socio-spatial relations, especially in the age of informational capitalism. 28. However, the fallacy of network centrism must likewise be avoided insofar as the proliferation of long-distance forms of connectivity and circulation, whether via new information technologies or other infrastructural innovations, does not necessarily erode the importance of place, territory, or scale as co-constitutive dimensions of social space. On the contrary, despite the flat ontologies that are often triumphantly embraced within Laturian streams of science and technology studies, assemblage theories, and some branches of post-structuralist urban studies, emergent network geographies are almost invariably tightly intermeshed with place-based, scale-differentiated, and territorialized modes of socio-spatial organization. 29. Thus, in contrast to reductionist, isomorphic, and monodimensional approaches, it is methodologically imperative to view every socio-spatial relation, process, and transformation as a crystallization of multiple, mutually entangled geographical dimensions, and consequently, to subject each of the latter to sustained analysis. In The Production of Space, Lefebvre develops this point through his thesis of the superimposition and interpenetration of social spaces. 30. In one particularly vivid formulation, Lefebvre likens the superimposed dimensions of social space to the intricate, asymmetrical layerings within a millefeuille pastry, a powdery French dessert that means, literally, 1,000 leaves or 1,000 layers. 31. While Lefebvre's somewhat fanciful culinary metaphor may distract us momentarily from the challenges of critical socio-spatial theory, it has direct methodological implications for the discussion at hand. Like the millefeuille, formations of USD are composed of complex, messy articulations among multiple patterns, layers, contours, lines, folds, points, clusters, and edges. Drawing upon the analytical distinction between place, territory, scale, and networks introduced previously, the remainder of this chapter elaborates this proposition through a series of macro-geographical generalizations regarding the evolutionary patterning of USD during the longue durée geohistory of capitalism. A schematic summary of this conceptualization is provided in Figure 8.3, which links major accounts of the sources of USD under capitalism to the analysis of its polymorphic geographies that is presented in the remainder of this chapter. While this analysis devotes a separate section to each of the four dimensions of socio-spatial relations just outlined, it should be emphasized that the latter are mutually coformative and thus inextricably intertwined. Accordingly, the distinction between place, territory, scale, and networks must be understood as a purely analytical device for deciphering the intricately interwoven layerings of modern socio-spatial relations. It is not an ontological demarcation. 32. After developing this argument on a relatively abstract, geohistorical level, I explicate some of its wide-ranging consequences for historical and contemporary explorations of the urban question. Places and uneven spatial development. Capitalism emerged within a differentiated geographical landscape inherited from previous historical social formations and modes of production. Key features of the latter included agricultural biomes, pre-capitalist city systems, feudal systems of land tenure and surplus extraction, absolutist state structures, and local, interregional, and long-distance trading networks. Nonetheless, even in its incipient stages, capitalist expansion entailed profound transformations of places, above all through the establishment of new spatial divisions of labor in which dispersed geographical locations acquired specific functional roles within an expanding capitalist world market, and subsequently co-evolved relationally within this metacontextual configuration. Initially, under mercantile capitalism, these spatial divisions of labor were tightly articulated with circuits of pre-capitalist trade and the geographies of inherited resource endowments, for instance, the locations of waterways, raw materials, mineral supplies, and so forth. However, with the progressive industrialization of capital since the mid-18th century, and the increasing integration of the production process into circuits of accumulation, specifically capitalist spatial divisions of labor emerged that have been based largely upon socially constructed economic assets, agglomeration economies and other forms of capitalist territorial organization designed to intensify, accelerate, and manage surplus value extraction. Consequently, beginning in the core zones of Western Europe and eventually extending throughout the world economy, urbanization processes dramatically accelerated. Capital and labor were concentrated within large-scale, specialized production complexes, and new large-scale, long-distance communications and logistics infrastructures were consolidated to facilitate capital circulation. On a macro-geographical level, these trends entailed the consolidation of a worldwide grid of places differentiated according to their specific functions, specializations, and positions within the spaces of global accumulation. 33 This restlessly evolving, variegated landscape of place-making processes has articulated patterns of USD in several closely intertwined ways. First, as Friedrich Engels famously noted of 19th-century Manchester, new spatial divisions emerged within the expanding metropolitan centers of capitalist production through residential segregation, the functional division of city space, the consolidation of new urban infrastructures for production, social reproduction, and circulation, and successive waves of regionalization. As capitalist urbanization has intensified, accelerated, and expanded, these intraplace divisions have continued to evolve through contextually specific patterns and pathways. 34. Second, inherited city/countryside divisions were exacerbated as rapid capitalist industrialization fueled large-scale urbanization and an increasing peripheralization or underdevelopment of non-metropolitan zones. The division between two distinct types of places, capital-rich, industrializing metropolitan centers, and capital-poor, predominantly agrarian or extractive peripheries, thus became an essential axis of capitalist USD. 35 Even as patterns and pathways of place-making have been further rewoven, this basic division has persisted, albeit in an evolving form, during the long durée of global capitalist development. 36. Third, as capitalist industrialization intensified in the global core zones, places across the global periphery were transformed into sites for the primary extraction, processing, and export of raw materials, generally through strategies of accumulation by dispossession in which local resources were coercively enclosed and appropriated. In this manner, spatial divisions of labor articulated a worldwide pattern of USD in which core, capital-rich zones of large-scale industrialization were differentiated from peripheral, capital-poor areas of relative underdevelopment. 37. Fourth, as industrial restructuring and concomitant rounds of technological innovation accelerated since the 19th century, new forms of interplace differentiation rippled across the global capitalist system. The spatial divisions of labor produced through earlier rounds of capitalist industrialization were subjected to successive cycles of creative destruction in conjunction with each subsequent period of crisis-induced restructuring, hence the increasingly chronic instability of places and interplace relations under modern capitalism. As Michael Storper and Richard Walker explain, each wave of industrialization brings into existence new growth centers and growth peripheries, stimulates disinvestment in some areas and the radical restructuring of others, and reshuffles spatial production relations and patterns of territorial income distribution and politics. In so doing, it gives new life to capitalism. 38 Such restructuring processes have, in fact, recurrently unsettled the socio-spatial divisions associated with each of the three previously mentioned forms of place-based USD. The relentless creative destruction of spatial divisions of labor during the last 2 centuries of capitalist development has not, however, eroded the significance of place as an essential basing point for the articulation of USD. Fifth, places may become the arenas and stakes of socio-political mobilizations that destabilize broader patterns of USD. This is because, even as capital strives to transform places, place-based attachments persist in the form of everyday routines, established life worlds, regimes of social reproduction, institutionalized political compromises, and socio-cultural identities. Such place-based commitments are often articulated quite sharply when broader processes of capitalist restructuring threaten to destabilize or erode established patterns of place-making and interplace relations. Consequently, Capital's impulsion to rework spatial divisions of labor in search of new opportunities for profit-making may encounter intense resistance from those whose everyday lives, livelihoods, and identities are tightly enmeshed within particular places. As Harvey has argued, the resultant forms of place-based revulsion and revolt may assume reactionary, progressive, or radical forms, but whatever their political valence, the cumulative impact of such place-based insurgencies is to insert a powerful element of friction into capital's drive toward creative destruction. 39 Places, in other words, cannot be creatively destroyed according to the whim of capital, rather, their evolution is an outcome of intense socio-political contestation. 40 In this sense, the concrete shape of place-based forms of USD is powerfully mediated through socio-political struggles regarding the form, pace, rhythm, and trajectory of capitalist restructuring, territories and uneven spatial development. The capitalist space economy emerged in medieval Europe within a fragmented, decentralized mosaic of political economic spaces. This mosaic encompassed small city-state enclaves, interurban networks, bishoprics, duchies, principalities, and a patchwork of absolutist state structures lacking fixed territorial boundaries. 41 However, especially following the 17th century, territory became an increasingly foundational basis for organizing political life. Despite continued institutional and geographical diversity among them, states were now understood to occupy mutually exclusive, non-overlapping, contiguous, and sovereign territorial spaces, and were reflexively monitored as such. 42 Borders were now seen clearly to separate the inside from the outside of states, and the domestic/foreign divide came to serve as a basic reference point for political economic activity. 43 With the consolidation of mercantile capitalism, this international matrix of state territories was further entrenched as both statesmen and capitalists attempted to expand cross-border trade, to consolidate domestic markets, and thereby to increase national wealth. 44 The territorialization of worldwide political economic space continued during the first wave of capitalist industrialization through the intensified regulation of interstate boundaries, the increasing internal parcelization of state space among diverse administrative jurisdictions, the development of enhanced infrastructural capacities and intergovernmental relays through which states could attempt to extend their authority over all points within their borders, and the imperialist conquest and territorial division of major zones of the world economy. 45 These territorializations were maintained during subsequent rounds of capitalist industrialization in the 19th and 20th centuries, even through phases of otherwise profound geoeconomic and geopolitical instability. This is not to suggest that territory, once consolidated, has remained static. Its specific modes of organization and operation have in fact evolved significantly within the modern interstate system. The power and wealth containers of early modern territorial states were superseded, during the course of the 20th century, by new forms of state developmentalism, nationalism, and welfarism that were likewise grounded upon distinctively territorial structures and strategies. 46 Concomitantly, the concrete geographies of interstate borders and intrastate jurisdictional divisions have periodically been modified, whether through warfare, internal rebellions, policy innovations, legal decisions, or social protest. As interstate relations have evolved in relation to the broader dynamics of worldwide capitalist development, new superregional territorial institutions and frameworks of coordination have also been introduced that encompass multiple national state spaces and important subnational zones of regulatory activity. Nonetheless, even in the midst of these periodic macro-historical realignments, territory has persisted as a foundational mode of modern geopolitical organization. Most crucially for this discussion, the differentiated landscapes of state territorial organization have articulated, mediated, and modified forms of USD in at least 5 key ways. First, as the modern interstate system has been entrenched and generalized, territory has come to serve as a taken-for-granted category for the understanding of socio-spatial organization more generally. 47 As a result, patterns of USD have been widely conceptualized in territorial terms, whether in institutionalized forms of data collection, in political discourse, or in everyday life. In each case, A unit of analysis is defined with reference to the jurisdictional boundaries of states, territorially demarcated subnational areas, or groups of territorial states. It is then treated as a relatively coherent, integrated whole, and contrasted to other, formally equivalent units with reference to a particular socio-economic indicator or a perceived characteristic. Thus, even though territory represents only one among several constitutive dimensions of USD, it has generally been treated as the most fundamental form in which socio-spatial inequalities are organized. Second, within the modern interstate system, state territorial structures have demonstrated considerable rigidity, and have therefore frequently acted as a drag upon the capitalist impulsion to relocate investment activity. In other words, the territorial borders delineated and controlled by states have been much less malleable than the spatial imprints and infrastructures of capital circulation that interpenetrate them. Consequently, such borders impose determinate locational constraints upon the capitalist drive to creatively destroy established socio-spatial configurations. Even when the concrete geographies of capital have been rearranged, the modern interstate system has provided a relatively fixed, stable, and immobile grid of institutionalized socio-spatial divisions, a world of parcelized, bordered spaces for the process of capital circulation. To be sure, state territorial borders and internal jurisdictional arrangements have been modified during the course of capitalist development, in some cases quite significantly. Once institutionalized, however, the concrete spatial parcels demarcated by state boundaries are relatively difficult to modify, even as their political economic operations continue to evolve. 48 As discussed previously, patterns of USD are intimately intertwined with the fixity/motion contradiction under capitalism, the endemic tension between capital's dependence upon fixed socio-spatial arrangements and its equally chronic tendency to creatively destroy those very arrangements in pursuit of fresh possibilities for accumulation. The consolidation of state territory as a deep structure of socio-spatial organization within modern capitalism directly impacts this contradictory dynamic. It imposes a certain element of fixity, embodied in and layered across the worldwide grid of state territories, upon an otherwise restlessly changing geographical landscape. Third, actually existing state territorial borders and internal jurisdictional boundaries have direct, durable implications for the concrete forms in which place-based inequalities and spatial divisions of labor are articulated. This is because different types of state territorial structures and regulatory arrangements organize widely divergent conditions for capital circulation. For instance, the relative costs and availability of labor power, equipment, land, and raw materials, the nature of logistics infrastructures, and the level of taxation and tariffs may diverge significantly among state territories, as well as among intrastate political jurisdictions. Such inter- and intraterritorial differences are likely to have profound ramifications for the locational geographies of capital and, by implication, larger-scale spatial divisions of labor. Capitalists in search of cost-competitive locations are most likely to invest in territories that provide the lowest costs of production and circulation. By contrast, capitalists whose accumulation strategies hinge upon more specialized forms of labor power, inter-firm coordination, infrastructural equipment, institutional relays, and technological configurations are more likely to sink investments into territories that provide such regionally or locally embedded socio-economic assets. 49 In this sense, the geographies of territories not only interpenetrate place-based patterns of USD, but directly shape them. As Kevin Cox observes, there is thus frequently some congruence between patterns of geographically uneven development and the territorial structure of the state. 50. Fourth, in significant measure due to their territorially centralized institutional structures, state institutions have the capacity to influence patterns of USD within and beyond their borders. States may pursue this goal through diverse regulatory strategies, including industrial policies, economic development initiatives, infrastructure investments, spatial planning programs, labor market policies, regional policies, urban policies, housing policies, international trade agreements, and imperialist interventions, all of which have direct or indirect ramifications for intra- and supranational geographies of production, reproduction, and circulation. For example, early industrial states channeled massive public investments into large-scale territorial infrastructures such as railroads, roads, ports, and canals. These state spatial strategies were eventually complemented by state-led initiatives to regulate urban living and working conditions and to establish large-scale public works facilities within major metropolitan areas. During the course of the 20th century, across much of the North Atlantic Zone, national developmentalist state institutions promoted their respective national territories as coherently integrated frameworks for economic growth through a range of redistributive fiscal, industrial, and infrastructural policies. Most recently, across much of the world economy, major urban and regional economies have become strategically important targets for a range of spatially selective policies intended to enhance national competitive advantages in the context of accelerated geo-economic integration. Throughout these periods, diverse forms of state-led imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism also profoundly influenced patterns of USD beyond each state's jurisdictional borders, whether through the expropriation of raw materials, the construction of markets, or the imposition of internal regulatory conditions favorable to foreign direct investment. While the concrete effects of such interventions have varied considerably and have often been considerably at odds with their officially declared political purposes, these examples illustrate the multifaceted ways in which states have attempted to shape and reshape the patterns of USD in which they are enmeshed. Fifth, the territorial structures of the state provide various overlapping institutional arenas in and through which social movements may attempt to modify inherited forms of USD. Insofar as places represent the most immediate geographical terrain on which many of the most disruptive consequences of capitalist creative destruction are experienced, social movements frequently assume a place-based form. Crucially, however, the nested hierarchical structures of the state, with its territorially centralized, bounded, and internally differentiated institutional form, may likewise become important platforms for social forces concerned to confront the dislocations of capitalist creative destruction. 51 Insofar as place-based mobilizations attempt to harness the institutional capacities of the state in pursuit of their agendas, they must often adopt a territorial form. Under these circumstances, state institutions may be mobilized against capital's strategies of place-making and place transformation, or at least as a means to reshape the latter to accommodate popular or factional demands. Meanwhile, capitalists may adopt territorial strategies of their own, harnessing state institutions to preserve, modify, or transform the spatial divisions of labor upon which their current or projected accumulation strategies depend. In this manner, the territorial structures of the state become a terrain of intense political contestation in which diverse social forces struggle to influence the geographies and trajectories of capital accumulation. 52 The processes of territorial alliance formation that ricochet throughout all levels of the state apparatus may thus have profound implications for the contextually specific forms in which USD is articulated. Scales and uneven spatial development. My exploration thus far of places, territories, and the geographies of USD has consistently presupposed a third, equally foundational dimension of socio-spatial relations: geographical scale. As I have argued at length in previous chapters, processes of scalar structuration complement the horizontal or areal differentiation of socio-spatial relations across places and territories through an equally important vertical dimension, based on their differentiation and stratification among relationally intertwined yet coherently individuated levels, such as the local, the metropolitan, the regional, the national, and the global. Thus understood, like other core macrogeographical processes under capitalism, USD is profoundly scale differentiated. Indeed, all of the aspects of USD discussed previously under the rubric of place and territory are likewise articulated in intensely scale differentiated, and generally scale stratified, forms. As with the forms of place-making and reterritorialization discussed earlier, scalar differentiations of USD are likewise historically malleable, through successive rounds of rescaling. The establishment of capitalist spatial divisions of labor and the territorialization of political power during the course of capitalist industrialization entailed not just the production and transformation of places, the consolidation of new intra- and interplace divisions, the territorial extension of capitalism beyond its North Atlantic heartlands, and the territorial segmentation of socio-spatial inequality throughout the capitalist space economy. These developments were also closely intertwined with qualitatively new forms of scalar differentiation and interscalar stratification. First, the local and regional scales were institutionalized as key spatial niches for specifically capitalist agglomerations of capital, labor, and infrastructure, as embodied in major metropolitan centers and urban regions. 53 This local and regional scaling of USD was constitutively intertwined with the production of the intra- and interplace inequalities described earlier, but cannot be reduced to the latter. It involved not only the internal polarization of metropolitan spatial organization and the further differentiation of cities and city regions from surrounding hinterlands, but also their strategic positioning within a broader, stratified scaffolding of socio-spatial relations stretching from the local and the national to the imperial and global scales. Second, the global scale was consolidated as the ultimate geographical horizon for capitalist expansion, as embodied in the world market. 54 This globalization of capital circulation entailed a violent territorial expansion of the capitalist system into hitherto unincorporated zones and the crystallization of new forms of worldwide core/periphery polarization. It also helped entrench and activate the global scale as an encompassing geographical parameter for an emergent capitalist interscalar hierarchy oriented toward extending the rule of capital in both space and time. Third, the national scale was further consolidated, tendentially stabilized, and generalized as an institutionalized terrain of mediation within an increasingly worldwide space of intercapitalist competition. This role was most powerfully embodied in the politico-institutional hierarchies, intergovernmental relays, and military apparatuses of the modern interstate system. 55 This nationalized scaling of worldwide political economic space has already been discussed previously, through the analytical lens of territory. It also directly contributed to, and was in turn reinforced by, the various forms of interplace differentiation and territorial inequality that were outlined previously. In conjunction with the latter trends, processes of USD have also been articulated onto several additional geographical scales, including the neighborhood scale, embodied in intrametropolitan zones of community association and political jurisdiction, and the supranational or imperial scale, embodied in institutionally and/or militarily demarcated spaces of capital circulation, colonization, and political regulation that encompass multiple national states and/or subordinate territories. Each of the latter scalings of USD has at once framed and mediated place-based and territorial inequalities. Insofar as each of the aforementioned scales constituted an additional organizational stratum, operational terrain, and stake of contestation within the broader interscalar hierarchies of modern capitalism, it contributed to the further differentiation and stratification of USD. Because scales are defined relationally, the institutional and spatial coherence of those outlined previously can be grasped only with reference to their distinctive, shifting positions and operations within historically and geographically specific, politically contested interscalar configurations. Concomitantly, because the functional activation of scales, interscalar relations, and scalar configurations has evolved historically, through diverse political strategies and struggles, patterns of scalar differentiation should not be treated as mechanistic structural necessities, whether in relation to the process of capital accumulation or the agendas of any other powerful actors, alliances, or organizations. Nonetheless, because the basic differentiation among neighborhood, local, regional, national, supranational, and global scales has been systemically reproduced even as spatial divisions of labor, interplace relations, and territorial configurations have been recurrently creatively destroyed, that interscalar architecture can be viewed as a relatively deep structure within capitalism's unstable geographical landscapes. In this sense, the process of USD under capitalism at once presupposes and reinforces a distinctive formation of scale differentiation and scale stratification, which has been intimately intertwined with place-based and territorial articulations of socio-spatial relations. However, just as place-based and territorial patterns of USD have been profoundly reworked during the geohistory of capitalism, so too have key aspects of its scalar geographies. Beyond the initial wave of scale differentiation outlined earlier, in which specifically capitalist instantiations of interscalar relations were consolidated, the scalar configuration of USD has assumed historically specific forms within the capitalist world economy and has been correspondingly rewoven during the course of capitalist development. Indeed, as I have argued at length in previous chapters, these successive waves of crisis-induced riskilling represent an essential medium and expression of USD under capitalism, both historically and in the current moment of accelerated worldwide socio-spatial restructuring. Mercantile and early industrial capitalism involved a generalized condition of scale relativization in which no single scale prevailed as the dominant stratum of political economic organization. Patterns of USD were articulated at multiple spatial scales, from the local and the national to the imperial and the global. Within the newly consolidating geographies of early modern capitalism and imperialist expansion, spatial scales provided a relatively malleable scaffolding in and through which USD could be differentiated among diverse types of places, territories, and landscapes. This situation of scale relativization was re-articulated during the period of national state consolidation that began in the 18th century and continued through successive waves of capitalist industrialization and territorial colonization well into the 20th century. Throughout this longue durée period until the eventual erosion of national developmentalist capitalism in the 1970s, the national scale became increasingly predominant at once as a crystallization point for USD and as an institutional locus for political strategies to manage the latter. As Peter J. Taylor notes, the effort to impose a spatial congruence between economic processes and political organization within each state's territory also entailed a growing nationalization of key aspects of socio-spatial relations. 56 To be sure, patterns of USD were also articulated at other spatial scales, from the global and the imperial to the metropolitan and the local, but the increasing territorialization of political economic life during this epoch was inextricably linked to a generalized nationalization of socio-spatial inequality. 57 Consequently, diverse forms and modalities of core/periphery polarization within empires, colonies, states, and metropolitan regions were increasingly understood and acted upon as if they could be neatly aggregated upward or collapsed downward into the national scale of political economic organization. Despite significant geo-economic crises, successive waves of industrial restructuring, catastrophic military conflagrations, and violent popular and anti-colonial insurgencies that periodically unsettled established socio-spatial arrangements, this nationalized interscalar configuration was broadly preserved until the systemic crisis of national developmentalist capitalism in the late 20th century. As I have argued in previous chapters, the post-1970s round of worldwide capitalist restructuring radically destabilized this long-entrenched, nationalized scalar fix, leading to a renewed situation of scale relativization. The expansion in the role of transnational corporations and global finance capital since the early 1970s, the consolidation of a new international division of labor, the crystallization of post-Fordist forms of industrial agglomeration, the spatial reconstitution of statehood, the neoliberalization of economic governance, the intensification of international diasporic flows, and the consolidation of new information technologies are among the most dramatic expressions of these wide-ranging riskilling processes. Some scholars have characterized these trends with reference to the purported ascendancy of a single spatial scale as, for instance, in accounts of the new globalism, triadization, Europeanization, the new regionalism, the new localism, or the local global nexus. 58 By contrast, the argument proposed here is that the scalar architecture of capitalism as a whole and, specifically, of USD is being contested and reworked in unpredictable, intensely contested, and often haphazard ways. 59. At present, this scale relativized geography has not ossified into a stabilized socio-spatial formation, it more closely approximates a situation of interscalar flux than any kind of coherently patterned scalar fix. This line of interpretation builds upon the observation that previously nodal, subordinate, or marginal spatial scales are gaining renewed importance in contemporary political economic processes, strategies, and struggles, and that inherited patterns of individuation and differentiation among previously relatively discrete, coherent scalar strata, the national, the regional, and the local, for instance, are being comprehensively re-articulated through contemporary socio-spatial transformations. The contemporary relativization of scales must not be misconstrued as a transcendence or alleviation of USD as an endemic feature of capitalist space economies. On the contrary, as Neil Smith pointedly argued over 2 decades ago, the global restructuring of the 1980s and 1990s embodies not so much an evening out of social and economic development levels across the globe as a deepening and reorganization of existing patterns of uneven geographical development. 60 The key claim here, therefore, is not that the national scale is being dissolved or superseded, or that any other scale has now acquired an operational dominance akin to that of the national. During earlier phases of capitalist geo-historical development, the salient point, rather, is that patterns of USD are no longer configured around a predominant scale of political economic organization, national or otherwise, but are now being produced through an increasingly dense intermeshing of socio-spatial relations among previously more coherently individuated scalar strata. These intertwined developments represent the differentia specifica of contemporary forms of scale relativization. Deciphering the interplay between contemporary scale relativization processes and these newly emergent geographies of USD arguably represents one of the most urgent analytical tasks for contemporary studies of riscaling. In sum, this discussion suggests several key ways in which scaling and riscaling processes may influence, and in turn be shaped by, processes of USD. The individuation and differentiation of scales under capitalism generate a hierarchical and stratified, but asymmetrically configured, scaffolding of socio-spatial configurations in and through which processes of USD are organized and reproduced. Scalar configurations are themselves internally differentiated and stratified insofar as they contain specific divisions of labor among their constitutive tiers or strata. Across diverse politico-organizational contexts and variegated institutional landscapes, such scalar divisions of labor are among the key scalar expressions of USD. Scalar fixes may emerge insofar as interscalar relations are provisionally stabilized around a relatively established scalar division of labor. They thus represent a socio-spatial framework in and through which scale-articulated, scale-stratified, and scale-dependent forms of USD may become operational, and may be further entrenched. When scalar fixes are destabilized and interscalar relations are unsettled, riscaling processes ensue in which new forms of scale differentiation, new scales of political economic organization, new interscalar configurations, and new patterns of scale stratification are produced. Riscaling processes may thus destabilize established configurations of USD and generate qualitatively new constellations of socio-spatial differentiation, stratification, and inequality. Insofar as interscalar arrangements are contested, a politics of scale may emerge in which diverse social forces and political alliances struggle to recalibrate the operational orientations, organizational embodiments, and socio-spatial parameters of extant scalar strata, as well as the broader scalar hierarchies in which the latter are relationally embedded. In this sense, much like place and territory, scale may serve as a strategic basing point for social movements concerned with challenging established patterns of USD. The specific configuration of scale-based patterns of USD is thus an arena and stake of socio-political contestation. Networks and uneven spatial development. These considerations bring us to a further dimension of USD that has attracted considerable attention in recent years, namely, the role of networks as the basis for an alternative, topological mode of socio-spatial organization based upon points of connection and lines of flow, as opposed to fixed surfaces and boundaries. 61 For Sarah Whatmore and Lorraine Thorne, Networks represent a mode of ordering of connectivity in which diverse social spaces are linked together transversely across places, territories, and scales. Point 62. In closely analogous terms, Helga Leitner argues that networks span space by establishing horizontal, capillary-like, or rhizomatic interlinkages among geographically dispersed nodal points. Point 63. Consequently, the spatial surface spanned by networks is fluid and unstable insofar as the degree of connectivity among network nodes may fluctuate, patterns of network membership may fluctuate, and multiple networks may overlap, interpenetrate, and crosscut one another. Point 64. Network geographies have long figured centrally in the geohistory of capitalism, and they have been tightly enmeshed with the variegated, uneven geographies of places, territories, and scales in nearly all of their concrete forms. Indeed, interfirm networks, diasporic networks, interlocality networks, infrastructural networks, interstate networks, and network-based social movements have thoroughly interpenetrated, and indeed co-constituted, the place-based, territorial, and scalar geographies of mercantile, industrial, national developmentalist, and globalizing/neoliberalizing capitalism that were surveyed earlier. 3 examples serve briefly to illustrate the role of networks in mediating and animating patterns of USD. First, the process of capital accumulation has long hinged upon networked relationships among firms. Although many firms within the same sector aggressively compete for profit shares, others engage in cooperative relations through subcontracting, information sharing, technological transfer, and diverse forms of untreated interdependencies. 65. While the precise nature of such interfirm synergies has evolved during each wave of capitalist industrialization, the latter have generally served to reinforce agglomeration processes and, by implication, to entrench broader matrices of place-based USD. During the geohistory of capitalist development. Point 66. Second, the consolidation and generalization of the modern interstate system have likewise entailed various types of networked relationships within and among national state apparatuses. Through international organizations, international treaties, international agreements, and other types of regulatory arrangements, judicial agreements, and governance practices, networks have played an important mediating role within the worldwide interstate system. Point 67. Networks have also long figured centrally in intergovernmental relations within each state apparatus, where they have generally served to coordinate activities among various agencies, branches, and tiers of government, as well as, increasingly, with diverse actors and organizations within civil society. Insofar as these intergovernmental networks and regulatory strategies have influenced the geographies of capital investment, state activities, public service provision, and socio-political struggle, they have also necessarily impacted broader patterns of place and territory-based USD. Third, in addition to their place-based, territorially grounded, and scale-differentiated forms, social movements have also deployed networked modes of organization to pursue their goals. From the international socialist and feminist movements to ACT UP, the global justice movement, the Arab Spring, the Occupy movement, and #Black Lives Matter, the activities of social movements have depended upon network ties as a basis for communication, coordination, and mobilization across places, scales, and territories. While the scale and impact of such rhizomatic networking operations have been powerfully enhanced through the contemporary generalization of new information technologies and associated social media, the latter have also been used aggressively, and often covertly, by territorially based institutions such as national states to enhance surveillance, to disseminate propaganda, and to bolster authoritarian forms of political control. Point 68. Social movement networks are generally embedded within, and intertwined with, places and territories, and they are always articulated in scale-differentiated forms. Yet, their geographies cannot be reduced to any of the latter dimensions of socio-spatial relations. Insofar as networking strategies may enhance the capacity of social movements to influence processes of socio-spatial restructuring, they are also likely to impact historically specific formations of USD. In sum, then, Networks may articulate, mediate, and influence patterns of USD in several essential ways. Networks generally crosscut place-based, territorial, and scalar patterns of USD. In so doing, network formations may reinforce, interrupt, or destabilize intraplace divisions, spatial divisions of labor, territorial borders, interterritorial relations, or scalar configurations. Concomitantly, networks may also reinforce rather than alleviate extant geographies of socio-spatial inequality, whether of a place-based, territorial, or scalar nature. 69. Contrary to popular representations of networks as non-hierarchical, equalizing, and democratic, most actually existing networks are internally stratified and externally exclusionary. They contain power hierarchies and systems of stratification that marginalize some social actors, organizations, and forces at the expense of others, both within and beyond the network. 70. These may be manifested through the differential abilities of participants to influence network operations, through the establishment of stratified divisions of labor within the network that differentially allocate resources, tasks, and burdens among participants, and/or through the establishment of distinctive rules of closure that limit participation within the network to particular individuals, actors, or organizational entities. While these network-based power relations may be expressed in quite variegated social, political, and organizational forms, they generally entail powerful, wide-ranging impacts on formations of USD and their distinctive geographies. The question of how emergent network geographies are transforming inherited patterns of USD is a matter of considerable contention in contemporary social theory. Several prominent scholars of contemporary geoeconomic restructuring and new information technologies have suggested that networks are today superseding the entrenched geographies of place, territory, and scale upon which the long-term geohistory of capitalism has been grounded. Alongside predictions that territory is being dissolved or eroded, versions of this position have been advanced through several influential interventions, including Manuel Castells's notion of the space of flows, Ashe Amin's proposals for a non-scalar and topological interpretation of globalization, and Sally Marston, J.P. Jones, and Keith Woodward's radically deconstructive arguments for a flat ontology. 71. These authors' diverse theoretical, empirical, and political concerns cannot be reduced to the specific problematique of USD, but they do commonly imply that inherited formations of territorial inequality are being transcended through a radically new configuration of socio-spatial relations, one that is comprehensively based upon a topological, rhizomatic ontology of networks that supersedes all other socio-spatial arrangements. It is not possible to settle here the controversial question of how inherited patterns of USD are being remolded through emergent network topologies, whether of an infrastructural, informational, technosocial, financial, or political character. However, the arguments developed earlier may offer some methodological orientation for such investigations, insofar as they underscore the limitations of any approach that exclusively privileges, overgeneralizes, or fetishizes a singular dimension of socio-spatial relations. Thus, rather than pursuing a purely topological analysis of networking or, for that matter, an exclusively scalar analysis of scalar configurations and riscaling, a methodologically territorialist analysis of territorialization, or a place-centric analysis of place-making, the polymorphic approach proposed here aims to illuminate and differentiate the variegated, fluidly mutating dimensions of socio-spatial relations within specific historical geographical contexts. Within such a framework, places, territories, scales, and networks may indeed be demarcated on an abstract, methodological level as key research foci and as analytically distinct dimensions of socio-spatial relations. Following their initial construction as such, however, the concrete empirical investigation of such terrains requires the reflexive combination of these conceptual abstractions in order to decipher the de facto multidimensionality of socio-spatial relations. 72. Clearly, then, the observation that networked, Topological forms of socio-spatial organization are gaining a renewed significance is hugely productive insofar as, much like Neil Smith's initial reflections on scale in the 1980s, it directs scholarly attention to a previously neglected dimension of socio-spatial relations that is now being more systematically operationalized and institutionalized in important domains of contemporary socio-spatial practice. However, this useful observation does not logically translate into the claim that places, territories, and scales no longer exist, are no longer intermeshed with network geographies, or no longer serve to mediate socio-spatial relations. On the contrary, as Eric Shepard notes, it is essential to explore the internal spatial structure of and power hierarchies within networks and their considerable resilience and path dependence. 73 Confronting this task, as Shepard further explains, requires us not only to develop a topological account of the networks a place participates in, but equally, to elaborate a territorially attuned, scale-differentiated analysis of how is positioned within the spaces of those networks. 74 In short, a rigorously polymorphic analysis of networks requires the use of topologically oriented categories, as well as reflexively place-based, scalar, and territorial analytics. To proceed otherwise is to engage in the methodological fallacy of network centrism. It entails a reduction of the radically polymorphic millefeuille of capitalist socio-spatial relations into a singular, overgeneralized, or even fetishized form, that of the topological network. We have only just begun to decipher the emergent socio-spatial dynamics, contours, contradictions, and consequences of the latest round of capitalist creative destruction and its wide-ranging implications for patterns and pathways of USD. The conceptual repertoire proposed in this chapter is intended to contribute to that effort by offering a methodologically nominalist counterpoint to the quasi-ontological positions that have gained currency in influential strands of contemporary socio-spatial theory. From this point of view, the key issue is not the unilinear replacement of places, territories, and scales by emergent network topologies, but the co-constitutive re-articulation, mutual entanglement, and dense intermeshing of these dimensions of socio-spatial practices in relation to one another, through ongoing strategies and struggles over the present and future shape of USD. Toward a polymorphic approach to the capitalist urban fabric. In an incisive article on scale theory published in the late 1990s, Richie Howitt argued against the attempt to attribute conceptual primacy or conceptual independence to geographical scale relative to other aspects of socio-spatial relations. 75 Just as forcefully, Howitt rejected approaches that treated scale as the mere effect of other, purportedly more fundamental socio-spatial processes. At the time of Howitt's intervention, the latter tendency was being vigorously criticized within the burgeoning literature on the production of scale. Meanwhile, however, the former problem described here under the rubric of scale centrism was already becoming widely prevalent as scholars overextended scalar concepts to encompass a variety of other, distinct dimensions of socio-spatial relations. Arguing presciently against both conceptions, Howitt insisted that scale deserves a co-equal status, along with other core geographical concepts such as place and territory, in the construction and dynamics of geographical totalities. 76. The analysis presented here resonates closely with Howitt's conceptualization. A co-equal understanding of place-making, territorialization, scaling, and networking processes has been elaborated here, on a fairly high level of abstraction, with reference to the problem of deciphering the geographies of USD during the long-run geohistory of capitalism. Like Howitt, I have insisted that scale, while being essential to the uneven historical geographies of capitalist development, represents only one among their most essential dimensions. Just as importantly, the approach to socio-spatial theory elaborated here requires us not only to conceptualize scaling processes as being analytically co-equal with those associated with place-making, territorialization, and networking processes, but also to explore the contextually specific entanglements among the latter that at once forge, reproduce, mediate, and recurrently transform the variegated, constitutively polymorphic fabric of socio-spatial relations. 77 The key elements of this line of argumentation are summarized in Figure 8.4. Figure 8.4 Key dimensions of uneven spatial development under capitalism. These considerations have significant implications for the conceptualization of the capitalist urban fabric presented in this book, which is closely articulated to the problematique of USD. Beginning with my analysis of capital's fixity/motion contradiction in Chapter 2, I have consistently emphasized the polymorphic character of the capitalist urban fabric, its constitution and transformation through diverse socio-spatial processes that involve intermeshed strategies of placemaking, territorialization, scaling, and networking, among others. In so doing, however, my main analytical agenda has been to explore the ways in which urbanization processes under modern capitalism have been scale differentiated and scale stratified, especially in relation to successive rounds of state spatial regulation, whose territorial and scalar geographies have, in turn, profoundly imprinted those of the urban fabric. Yet, by proposing to reframe the urban question as a scale question, this investigation has necessarily devoted particular attention to historical scalings of urbanization and, especially, to the role of ongoing rescaling processes in the production of new urban spaces. Thus, while my explorations of global city formation, the world city archipelago, entrepreneurial forms of urban governance, ICT-based strategies of urban economic development, competitive city regionalism, and urban growth machines have engaged with the place-based, territorial, and network geographies associated with these processes, I have focused above all on their role as animators, mediators, expressions, and products of rescaling, in a geoeconomic and geopolitical context characterized by intensifying scale relativization. In effect, my research agenda here has concentrated less on illuminating the polymorphic character of contemporary urban socio-spatial restructuring than on tracking, analyzing, and theorizing the distinctive, if dynamically mutating, scalar dimensions of those processes. This procedure appears appropriate insofar as it has put into relief a neglected, under-theorized, and yet increasingly strategic dimension of urban restructuring. However, even if such a conceptual maneuver has proven salient in diverse terrains of contemporary urban research, its substantive contributions and future analytical potential must be viewed with considerable caution. Especially in light of the methodological hazards of one-dimensionalism outlined in this chapter, the tendency of scale-attuned modes of analysis to drift into various forms of scale centrism, scale reductionism, and scalar fetishism must be avoided. Any theoretically reflexive approach to the urban question as a scale question must, therefore, devise methodological strategies for illuminating the scaling and rescaling of urban space, but without overgeneralizing scalar concepts to encompass other, distinct dimensions of urban socio-spatial restructuring. In short, the urban question may well have today become a scale question, but it is not only that. There are decisive limits to scale, at once as a theoretical concept, as a research tool, and as a dimension of socio-spatial practice, strategy, and struggle. The contradictory socio-spatial relations that constitute, animate, and relentlessly transform the capitalist urban fabric are constitutively multidimensional, their polymorphic geographies constantly exceed the parameters of any and all conceptual abstractions that might be mobilized to decipher them. My explorations of the millefeuille of USD under capitalism thus now produce an autocritical methodological counterpoint to the modes of analysis I have elaborated in previous chapters. My claim is not that a scalar perspective on the contemporary urban question is misguided, but that it is likely to be one-sided unless it is reflexively combined with other key analytical categories that illuminate the polymorphic nature of urban space and the multiple dimensions of urban socio-spatial restructuring. Rescaling processes, whether of the capitalist urban fabric, state space, social reproduction, socio-political mobilization, ecological metabolism, or otherwise, are likely to be intricately entangled with place-based, territorial, and/or network dynamics of socio-spatial restructuring, which likewise require both abstract theorization and concrete conjunctural modes of analysis. Indeed, as Henry Lefebvre classically insisted in The Production of Space, it is essential for critical approaches to socio-spatial analysis to avoid the tendency toward a premature totalization of socio-spatial relations, be it by fetishizing one of their elements or by implying that they can be represented comprehensively through a science of space. 78 To the degree that social space might, from some perspectives, appear singular, one-dimensional, transparent, fully knowable, malleable, and thus readily manipulable, this is generally a structural effect of politico-ideological strategies that seek to impose authoritarian control over the volatile, politically contested flux of socio-spatial relations. 79 Such strategies of politico-ideological totalization and their associated structural effects may assume a range of place-based, territorial, scalar, or networked forms, depending on which dimension of socio-spatial relations, or which combination thereof, they seek to instrumentalize. One-dimensionalism, then, is not merely an arbitrary epistemic error or a contingent methodological blind spot in socio-spatial research. It arises from historically specific political strategies, ideological projects, and representational technologies that attempt to mask, and thus to neutralize, the contested, contradictory power relations that inhere within socio-spatial configurations. In this sense, emphasizing polymorphism is not only a means to decipher the manifold socio-spatial determinations through which the capitalist urban fabric is produced, contested, and transformed. Perhaps more important, it may also serve as a critical methodological resource for the project of destabilizing hegemonic spatial ideologies, especially those that naturalize the intensely contested politics of space upon which urbanization hinges. Polymorphic approaches to socio-spatial analysis are, therefore, essential components within the conceptual and methodological arsenal of critical urban theory. As such, they may figure crucially within the broader project of repoliticizing urban knowledge formations in this increasingly post-political moment of early 21st century neoliberal capitalist urbanization. 80. Beyond its general contribution to the work of critical urban theory, several methodologically consequential lines of investigation into urban questions flow from the conceptual framework elaborated in this chapter. Most of the major 20th century traditions of urban theory have been premised upon one-dimensional understandings of urban space. For example, much of urban social science, from Chicago School urban sociology to Marxian analyses of agglomeration, has gravitated toward place-centric modes of analysis, albeit often in conjunction with significant explorations of intraplace networks, whether among locally embedded community organizations, capitalist firms, workers, or otherwise. Concomitantly, more recent elaborations of global city theory have tended to embrace various forms of network centrism, albeit often in conjunction with explorations of how emergent global urban networks animate, and are in turn shaped by, specifically post-Fordist pathways of placemaking. Against this background, the arguments presented here provide a critical analytical perspective from which to re-evaluate the geographical imaginaries of these and other major traditions of urban research. How might a reflexively polymorphic approach to socio-spatial theory destabilize the ways in which canonical approaches to urban social science conceptualize their side of theory building, methodological experimentation, and concrete research? How might systematic consideration of the mutual entanglement among placemaking, territorialization, scaling, and networking processes reorient the framing questions, conceptual grammar, methodological tactics, and logics of investigation that underpin these research traditions? How, for instance, might an inquiry into early to mid-20th century territorialization and scaling processes reframe Chicago School inspired approaches to the neighborhood as an arena of urban life, community organization, and human ecology? How might such an inquiry reframe Marxian theories of urban agglomeration and the politics of place during the process of capitalist industrial development? 81 The scale-attuned reading of global city theory presented in Chapter 4 has already explored the ways in which riscaling processes co-constitute, mediate, and rework the place/network relations upon which this literature has been largely focused. This analysis also necessarily presupposed an account of the various forms of territorialization and re-territorialization that have been entangled with both global city formation and the concomitant riscaling of urban governance in globalizing, neoliberalizing metropolitan regions. In their recent studies of the world city archipelago, Michiel van Meteren and David Bassens have developed a closely analogous line of critique to that proposed in this chapter. 82 in particular, their work demonstrates that post-1980s processes of global city formation in Europe have involved not only networking and place-making dynamics, but have also been intimately intertwined with the production and transformation of territorialized and scale-stratified socio-spatial arrangements. Such processes of reterritorialization and rescaling, they argue, are not secondary byproducts of the world city archipelago but appear to have been essential to its core politico-institutional and geographical operations throughout the post-Fordist, post-Keynesian, and post-developmentalist era. Unless those dimensions of socio-spatial relations are systematically considered, Van Meteren and Bassens suggest, the vicissitudes of advanced producer services firms, their variegated circuits of investment, finance, infrastructure, and labor, and their wide-ranging consequences for emergent urbanization processes cannot be adequately understood. This would, in turn, leave the entire global cities literature dangerously susceptible to the critique of legitimating the very imperatives of global city formation it ostensibly aspires to subvert. 83 Global city theory is but one among many important terrains of contemporary urban studies in which a reflexively polymorphic methodology may offer a forceful critical counterpoint to the hegemonic projects of spatial totalization associated with contemporary neoliberalizing, financialized capitalism. In precisely this sense, as Van Meteren and Bassens explain, it is paramount to analyze processes of legitimization and normalization across spatial scales, by which they are allowed to continue as seemingly benign post-industrial growth strategies. Unveiling the place, territory and scale-making aspects of financialized accumulation thus seems to be a project stretching beyond the means of critical urban studies itself to include a societal critique of the dominant accumulation regime. 84. These arguments are not meant to suggest, a priori, that all dimensions of socio-spatial relations will always be equally relevant to all sites, terrains, and problematiques of urban research. As I have emphasized, the appropriate combination of categories for urban socio-spatial analysis is a relatively contingent matter on which pragmatic but theoretically informed decisions need to be made. Such decisions are likely to hinge upon the context, site, and purpose of a given research endeavor. They may also require frequent reconsideration as the process of investigation itself unfolds. The point here, then, is that a reflexively polymorphic understanding of urban space may offer a generative basis on which to confront such questions, in marked contrast to the relatively one-dimensional conceptualizations of socio-spatial relations that underpin the major traditions of 20th-century urban research. As such, the approach proposed here may also usefully contribute to ongoing debates regarding the appropriate, if incessantly shifting and essentially contested, spatial parameters of the urban question itself. A polymorphic framing of the urban question may also generate potentially productive lines of investigation regarding the patterns and pathways of urbanization in specific historical geographical contexts. Urban researchers have long emphasized the path-dependent character of urban development, inherited historical formations of the built environment, institutional arrangements, growth regimes, and metabolic circuits strongly condition emergent pathways of restructuring. Contextually specific processes of urban transformation result from the collision of such path-dependent socio-spatial configurations and emergent strategies of socio-spatial creative destruction. The outcomes of such collisions are never structurally preordained but result from contextually embedded crisis tendencies, conflicts, strategies, and struggles, as well as contingencies related to location, jurisdiction, and ecology. In some spatio-temporal contexts, inherited socio-spatial arrangements may manifest strongly obdurate, even sclerotic properties, whereas elsewhere they may be transformed with breathtaking speed and breadth. The fixity/motion contradiction is thus always articulated and fought out in specific historical geographical landscapes that decisively shape its spatial expressions, its temporal rhythms, and its variegated impacts upon urban development pathways. 85. The approach to socio-spatial theory proposed here may productively inform the concrete investigation of such path-dependent historical geographies of urban restructuring. From this point of view, there is no singular morphology of the city associated with capitalist urbanization, whether in general terms or with reference to its major configurations of world historical development. 86 The task, rather, is precisely to investigate the polymorphic variegations of the capitalist urban fabric that are forged through contextually specific intermeshings among placemaking, territorialization, scaling, and networking processes. This methodological injunction could be fruitfully applied to relatively familiar manifestations of the urban condition, leading to new perspectives on the variegated processes through which such spaces have been produced and transformed across space and time. Such an approach might also help guide the geocomparative investigation of many other crystallizations of the capitalist urban fabric around the world, conceived not merely as deviations from some putatively universal model but as contextually distinctive, theoretically significant, and relationally interconnected moments within a variegated yet worldwide urbanization process. 87 It is the longue durée, path-dependent proliferation of these historically and geographically specific entanglements among placemaking, territorialization, scaling, and networking processes that, in aggregate, at once constitutes and continually rewebs the capitalist urban fabric as a whole. Capitalist urbanization, then, is not a process of pure flux. As I have argued throughout this book, the drive towards socio-spatial creative destruction is but one moment of a dialectic in which capital equally depends upon and seeks to construct relatively fixed and immobile socio-spatial configurations that might support its voracious quest to maximize surplus value extraction. To the degree that such a stabilization of socio-spatial arrangements is tendentially secured, the urbanization process acquires a coherently patterned, regularized configuration, a structured coherence, in Harvey's classic terminology. 88 In the analysis of the fixity/motion contradiction under capitalism presented in Chapter 2, I emphasized the distinctively scalar dimensions of this structured coherence. Capital's spatial fixes also generally entail scalar fixes insofar as they simultaneously produce and hinge upon contextually specific scalings of socio-spatial relations. To some degree, this line of argumentation involved complementing Harvey's largely place-centered account of the spatial fix in his writings of the 1980s with a more reflexively scale-attuned mode of analysis, one that could connect capital's regionalized circulatory infrastructures to broader scalings and riscalings of socio-spatial relations during successive phases of capitalist urbanization. The place-centered notion of structured coherence developed in Harvey's work was thus effectively transformed into a two-dimensional analytical tool, one that permitted a more systematic exploration of the scaling of place-making processes, the place-embeddedness of interscalar configurations, the mutual constitution of historically specific forms of place-making and scale stratification, the role of the latter in forging historically and geographically specific patterns and pathways of urbanization, and the massively destabilizing impacts of contemporary scale relativization processes upon inherited configurations of placemaking. The polymorphic approach to socio-spatial theory presented in this chapter at once relativizes and extends that mode of analysis. It offers an expanded conceptual repertoire through which to explore the interplay between path dependency and creative destruction in the production of urbanizing socio-spatial configurations. From this point of view, spatial fixes are generally place-based and scale-differentiated, but they may also be grounded upon historically specific modes of territorialization and networking as well. The historical geographies of the fixity/motion contradiction and, by implication, those of the capitalist urban fabric must thus be subjected to a rigorously polymorphic analysis. How, exactly, is capital's moment of fixity secured across the variegated contexts and configurations of urbanization? To the extent that a structured coherence for capitalist urbanization is provisionally established, does this occur primarily through strategies of placemaking, scaling, territorialization, or networking? Or, more probably, does it involve contextually specific intermeshings among place-based, scale-differentiated, territorialized, and network strategies of socio-spatial transformation? Are the major waves of worldwide capitalist urbanization themselves associated with distinctive articulations and entanglements among these dimensions of socio-spatial relations? To what degree have contemporary processes of scale relativization been fundamentally, or perhaps only secondarily, intertwined with parallel dynamics of deterritorialization and or mutations of placemaking and or networking processes? My investigation of the capitalist urban fabric and its risking in previous chapters has tentatively opened up such questions with reference to the North Atlantic zone during the Fordist Keynesian and post-Keynesian waves of urbanization, albeit with a strong methodological emphasis on their scalar parameters. The analysis presented here, however, suggests that more reflexively polymorphic analyses of these, and perhaps other, historical geographical cycles of urban socio-spatial development could prove highly informative. 89. These reflections return us to one of the core arguments that emerged from my initial presentation of the urban question as a scale question in Chapter 3, the key explanandum in the investigation of urban restructuring, I argued, lies as much in the urban component of this phrase as in the process of restructuring. As understood here, the urban is not a merely descriptive label through which to indicate where a restructuring process is unfolding, in a physical locational sense. Rather, it denotes the problematique itself, the central issue under investigation. The urban is not only the locational setting or arena in which urban restructuring unfolds, but its very medium, product, and stake. Given my arguments in this chapter, this proposition now acquires an expanded, more conceptually intricate and potentially generative meaning. As conceived here, the investigation of urban restructuring requires an exploration of how the polymorphic fabric of capitalist urbanization is itself woven and continually rewoven through contextually specific, path-dependent processes of place transformation, risking, reterritorialization, and networking. The relentless, volatile intermeshing of such processes facilitates the creative destruction of inherited geographies of urbanization while also anticipating possible future socio-spatial configurations in which a renewed structured coherence for the production of urban space might be tendentially secured. This is the polymorphic, systemically patterned but chronically unstable socio-spatial terrain on which the future geographies and pathways of capitalist urbanization are being forged and fought out. Planetary urbanization, mutations of the urban question. In the early 1970s, a young Marxist sociologist named Manuel Castells, then living in exile in Paris, began his soon-to-be classic intervention on the urban question by declaring his astonishment that debates on urban problems were becoming an essential element in the policies of governments, in the concerns of the mass media and, consequently, in the everyday life of a large section of the population. For Castells, this astonishment was born of his orthodox Marxist assumption that the concern with urban questions was ideological. The real motor of social change, he believed, lay elsewhere, in working-class action and anti-imperialist mobilization. On this basis, Castells proceeded to deconstruct what he viewed as the prevalent urban ideology under post-war managerial capitalism. His theory took seriously the social construction of the urban phenomenon in academic and political discourse but ultimately derived such representations from purportedly more foundational processes associated with capitalism and the state's role in the reproduction of labor power. Nearly a half-century after Castells's classic intervention, it is easy to confront early 21st century discourse on urban questions with a similar sense of astonishment, not because it masks the operations of capitalism but because it has become one of the dominant meta-narratives through which our current planetary situation is interpreted, both in academic circles and in the public sphere. Today, advanced interdisciplinary education in urban social science, planning, and design is flourishing in major universities, and urban questions are being confronted energetically by historians, literary critics, and media theorists and in emergent approaches to the environmental humanities. Biogeophysical and computational scientists and ecologists are likewise contributing to urban studies through their explorations of new satellite-based data sources, georeferencing analytics, and geographic information system technologies, which are offering new perspectives on the geographies of urbanization across scales, territories, and ecologies. Point 2 Classic texts such as Jane Jacobs's The Death and Life of Great American Cities and Mike Davis's City of Quartz continue to animate debates on contemporary urbanism, and more recent, popular books on cities, such as Edward Glazer's Triumph of the City, Jeb Brugman's Welcome to the Urban Revolution, and Richard Florida's Who's Your City, along with documentary films such as Gary Hustwit's Urbanized and Michael Glawager's Megacities, are widely discussed in the public sphere. Point 3 Major museums, expos, and biennales from New York City, Chicago, Venice, and Valparaiso to Christchurch, Seoul, Shenzhen, and Shanghai are devoting extensive attention to questions of urban culture, architecture, design, and development. Point 4 The notion of the right to the city, developed in the late 1960s by Henry Lefebvre, has now become a popular rallying cry for social movements, coalitions, and reformers, both mainstream and radical, while also serving as a discursive frame for the activities of diverse global non-governmental organizations, UNESCO, and the World Urban Forum. Point 5 More generally, metropolitan regions have become basing points and arenas for diverse forms of insurgent mobilization around political rights and democratic citizenship, property relations and the commons, inequality and the infrastructures of social reproduction, anti-austerity politics and migration, and climate resilience and environmental crisis, among many other terrains of political contestation. Point 6 Finally, debates on planetary climate change are now increasingly emphasizing the strategic importance of urban settlements at once as major sources of environmental degradation and as potential engines of ecological modernization, sustainability, and resilience. Point 7. These politico-cultural trends are multifaceted, and their cumulative significance is certainly a matter for ongoing interpretation, investigation, and debate in relation to specific regional contexts of socio-spatial restructuring. At minimum, however, they appear to signify that urban spaces have become strategically essential to political, economic, and socio-cultural life around the world, and to emergent visions of possible planetary futures. For those who have long been concerned with urban questions, whether in the realm of theory, research, or practice, these are obviously exciting developments. But they are also accompanied by new challenges and dangers, not the least of which is the proliferation of deep confusion regarding the specificity of the urban itself, both as a category of analysis for social research and as a category of practice in politics, everyday life, and struggle. Point 8. On the one hand, the major contemporary discourses on global urbanism are strikingly city-centric insofar as, in Stephen Cairns's concise formulation, they regard the city as the defining endpoint and causal engine of urbanization. 9 The most authoritative institutional source for such conceptions is the UN Habitat Programme's declaration of a historically unprecedented urban age due to the world's rapidly increasing urban population, which putatively crossed a majority urban threshold as of the early 2000s. 10 A city-centric vision of our current geo-historical moment has been further popularized through a series of high-profile urban age conferences on questions of urban design, planning, and policy in some of the world's major cities, which have been organized and funded through a joint initiative of the London School of Economics and the Deutsche Bank. 11 More recently, a city-centric conception of urbanization has been further entrenched through the rollout of mainstream global urban policy frameworks such as those associated with the Sustainable Development Goals and the New Urban Agenda presented in Quito in 2016, in the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, and in a host of national and local policy innovations designed to implement or respond to the latter. 12 Closely aligned versions of such city-centric discourses and policy programs are also being promoted by international business organizations and by a range of corporate actors and property developers for whom the construction of global cities, smart cities, creative cities, sustainable cities, resilient cities, eco-cities, and the like is seen as the optimal pathway for ensuring continued economic growth without disrupting the currently hegemonic formation of neoliberalized, financialized accumulation by dispossession. 13 Consequently, as Cairns observes, This city-centric perspective on urbanization enjoys remarkable consensus and often forms the basis for long-term sustainable development. For example, each of the United Nations facilitated frameworks helps set priorities not only for government agencies at all scales, but also multilateral development banks, civil society groups and industry. Although separate initiatives, they cross-reference each other and use mutually recognizable vocabularies to articulate complementary and overlapping agendas that draw on shared forms of evidence on demographic, economic, and environmental conditions. Securing the benefits and ameliorating the threats of urbanization, according to these convergent frameworks, is a matter of foregrounding the effects of concentrating and concentrated city settlement types. The policy directions that can follow from such a city-centric understanding of urbanization often prescribe intensification of city settlement, dense, compact, accessible, and mixed-use city types. Point 14. Paradoxically, however, precisely at a geohistorical moment in which such city-centric conceptions appear to have attained an unprecedented influence in global public discourse, inherited configurations of the capitalist urban fabric are being rewoven in ways that are radically problematizing the inherited definitional equation of urbanization with city growth. Indeed, as important as dense spatial concentrations of infrastructure, investment, and population continue to be as sites, expressions, and animators of emergent urbanization processes, the latter are also increasingly superseding inherited spaces of cityness to produce new crystallizations of the capitalist urban fabric that cannot be intelligibly deciphered through, in Hilary Angelo's phrase, a city lens. 15. As Christian Schmidt and I have argued elsewhere, the last 4 decades have witnessed not only a dramatic spatial expansion of major megacity regions deep into their contiguous hinterlands, but a number of equally far-reaching implosions and explosions of the urban at all spatial scales. Point 16. These include the creation of new scales of urbanization. Extensively urbanized interdependencies are being consolidated within extremely large, rapidly expanding, polynucleated metropolitan regions around the world to create sprawling urban galaxies that stretch beyond any single metropolitan region and often traverse multiple national boundaries. Such mega-scaled urban constellations have been conceptualized in diverse ways, and the representation of their contours and boundaries remains a focus of considerable research and debate. Point 17. Their most prominent exemplars include, among others, the classic Gottmanian megalopolis of Boswash, the Blue Banana encompassing the major urbanized regions in Western Europe, and several urban megaregions in Asia, but also rapidly expanding urban spatial formations such as Sansan in California, the Pearl River Delta in South China, the Lagos Littoral Conurbation in West Africa, and other incipient urbanizing territories in Latin America and South Asia. The blurring and re-articulation of urban territories. Urbanization processes are being regionalized and re-territorialized. Increasingly, former central functions, such as shopping facilities, corporate headquarters, multimodal logistics hubs, research institutions, and cultural venues, as well as spectacular architectural forms and other major infrastructural arrangements, are being dispersed outward from historic central city cores into erstwhile suburbanized spaces, among expansive catchments of small and medium-sized towns, and along major transportation corridors such as superhighways and high-speed rail lines. Point 18. The industrialization of the hinterland. Around the world, the hinterlands of major cities, metropolitan regions, and urban industrial corridors are being reconfigured as they are operationalized, infrastructuralized, and enclosed to serve new roles in worldwide supply chains and informational capitalism, whether as back-office and warehousing locations, global sweatshops, agro-industrial land use systems, data storage facilities, energy generation grids, resource extraction zones, logistics hubs and transport corridors, fuel depots, or waste disposal areas. Point 19. The disintegration of wilderness. In every region of the globe, erstwhile wilderness spaces are being fragmented, transformed, and often degraded through the cumulative socio-ecological consequences of unfettered worldwide urbanization, or are otherwise being converted into bio-enclaves offering ecosystem services to offset destructive environmental impacts generated elsewhere. In this way, the world's oceans, alpine regions, the equatorial rainforests, major deserts, the Arctic and polar zones, and even the Earth's atmosphere itself are increasingly being interconnected with the metabolic circuitry and spatio-temporal rhythms of planetary urbanization. Point 20. Rather than being simply concentrated within nodal points or confined within bounded urban territories, then, these imploding/exploding dynamics of capitalist restructuring are producing an intensively variegated urban fabric that is being woven unevenly across vast stretches of the world. This combined reskilling, reterritorialization, and rearticulation of the capitalist urban fabric cannot be understood adequately with reference to population growth trends within the world's largest cities, or as a replication of city-like settlement types across the Earth's terrestrial surface. Nor, on the other hand, can traditional notions of the hinterland, the countryside, or the rural adequately capture the emergent patterns and pathways of demographic, socio-spatial, infrastructural, legal, financial, and ecological transformation through which many formerly peripheralized or remote spaces are today being enclosed and industrially operationalized to support the dynamic metabolism of the global metropolitan network. From this point of view, inherited, city-centric approaches to the urban question, whether based on demographic, economic, or morphological indicators, appear to offer an extremely limited basis on which to decipher emergent formations of planetary urbanization. They are locked into a fundamentally unhistorical scalar and territorial ontology, a vision of the urban as localized and bounded that precludes exploration of the restlessly evolving, massively consequential links between such city forming modes of scalar and territorial individuation and a wide range of closely associated dynamics of socio-spatial transformation that may likewise be essential expressions of urbanization. Under these conditions, the field of critical urban theory, as inherited from the major 20th century traditions of both mainstream and radical scholarship, is in a state of disarray, if not outright crisis. If the urban can no longer be understood as a particular kind of place, that is, as a discrete, distinctive, localized, and relatively bounded unit or type of settlement in which specific kinds of social relations obtain, then what could possibly justify the existence of a scholarly field devoted uniquely to its investigation? Throughout this book, my exploration of the urban question as a scale question has involved a series of concerted theoretical responses to the dislocations of inherited urban epistemologies that were already powerfully reverberating across the field of critical urban studies in the context of late 20th century debates on the intertwined problematiques of globalization, scale relativization, and the crisis of national developmentalist capitalism. Point 21. As I have argued in previous chapters, the elaboration of a reflexively scale-attuned approach to urban theory requires a sustained critique and transcendence of inherited, city-centric approaches to the urban question, as well as a reflexive critical interrogation of the distinctive scalar analytics that are being elaborated in contemporary debates on global urban socio-spatial restructuring. A historically dynamic, relationally multiscalar analytical framework positions the recurrent implosions/explosions of the capitalist urban fabric, rather than the growth of the city, as the core focal point and problematique of urban research. However, as the preceding overview underscores, the epistemological crisis of urban studies has only deepened in recent years, even though its expressions are often masked by triumphalist discourses that celebrate the accomplishments of contemporary urban science and depict the city as the optimal scale for economic growth, innovation, technopolitical management, and/or ecological modernization. Against that background, this chapter considers the prospects for deciphering emergent, early 21st century mutations of the capitalist urban fabric in a geo-economic context of continued scale relativization, accelerated socio-spatial restructuring, and crisis-riven yet deepening neoliberalization. To this end, I build upon the scale-attuned approach to the capitalist urban fabric developed in previous chapters to present an interpretive counterpoint to contemporary urban age discourse and its debilitating city-centricity. 22. On this basis, I reflect on the contemporary epistemological crises and possible future pathways for the field of critical urban studies. While a reflexively multiscalar lens remains highly salient for investigating emergent geographies of planetary urbanization, I argue that confronting this challenge also requires us to revisit, and at least partially to revise, some of the foundational spatial assumptions that underpin 20th-century urban theory. As the spatialities of the capitalist urban fabric restlessly mutate, so too must we continually reinvent the repertoire of concepts, methods, and cartographies through which its uneven patterns, variegated pathways, crisis tendencies, and contradictions are investigated. The urban age and its limits. All forms of knowledge and action presuppose interpretive frameworks that permit us to conceptualize and evaluate socio-spatial relations, to render intelligible our place in the web of life, and to decipher the flow of change in which we are caught up and to which we contribute. Certain elements of these frameworks are reflexively grasped, we are consciously aware of their role in structuring value, experience, and action, and we may, at times, subject them to critical examination, adjustment, or even reinvention, especially during periods of accelerated restructuring, divisive social conflict, and political turmoil. However, some aspects of these frameworks generally remain hidden from view, they intimately structure our everyday assumptions, interpretations, and practices, but without themselves being accessible for reflexive interrogation. Only in retrospect, when they are being destabilized or superseded, can we more fully grasp the pervasive role of such naturalized dispositives of understanding in the construction of our modes of social life. Although its lineages can be traced to efforts to decipher the accelerated industrialization of capital, proletarianization of labor, and infrastructuralization of landscape in the paleotechnic cities of 19th-century Euro-America and in subsequent, Cold War-era studies of demographic modernization spearheaded by American sociologist Kingsley Davis, the notion of a majority urban world appears to have today become such a dispositive of unreflexively presupposed interpretive assumptions. Point 23 Indeed, much like the catch-all buzzword of globalization in the 1990s, the trope of a majority urban world in urban age now serves as an epistemological foundation on which a huge array of conditions, dilemmas, conflicts, and crises around the world are being analyzed, and in relation to which diverse public, corporate, civic, and non-governmental modes of spatial intervention are being mobilized. As Ross Exo Adams has argued, the notion of urbanization has long been used in strikingly atheoretical ways, as if it were a purely descriptive, empirical basis for referencing a natural, quasi-ontological tendency of human spatial organization, one that has existed for millennia but is said to have been accelerating dramatically during the last 150 years. Much like the weather, urbanization is something that exists out there, a condition far too complex to present itself as an object to be examined in its own right, and thus something which can only be mapped, monitored, compared, and catalogued. It thus becomes a term used to organize an ever-expanding set of emerging problems whose analysis is limited to the particular elements that compose whatever happens to be emerging and the technologies used to register them, leaving the very milieu itself to, once again, remain a neutral background of human existence. At once transhistorical and bound to the immediate present, almost all depictions of the urban treat it as a capacity inherent to the human condition with which we organize ourselves in space. Point 24. Despite the forceful warnings of Chicago school urban sociologists such as Lewis Wirth against such analytically insubstantial conceptions already in the 1930s, this empiricist, naturalistic, and quasi-environmental understanding of urbanization persisted in various forms throughout the 20th century. It was paradigmatically embodied in Kingsley Davis's classic, mid-20th century definition of urbanization as the expansion of the city-based population relative to the total national population. Rather than defining cities in social, morphological, or functional terms, Davis famously used arbitrary numerical population thresholds, generally 20,000 or 100,000, to demarcate their specificity as settlement types. Point 25. Davis concisely summarized this strictly empirical understanding in the formula U equals PC/PT, and he subsequently devoted several decades of careful empirical research to its international application, eventually producing the first comprehensive worldwide survey of city population sizes. 26 In more recent decades, rather than being discredited, naturalistic models of urbanization have acquired a powerful new lease on life in the science of big data, which tends to regard urban density as a condition that is basically akin to that of a closed biological system subject to scientific laws, predictable, and, thus, technically programmable. 27. Contemporary UN declarations of a majority urban world, and most major strands of mainstream global urban policy, planning, and design discourse, draw directly upon Davis's mid-century demographic methods, and likewise attempt to grasp the phenomenon of urbanization through some version of this naturalistic, ahistorical, population-based, and empiricist dispositive. 28 Here, urbanization is assumed to entail the simultaneous growth and worldwide spatial diffusion of cities, conceived as generic, universally replaceable types of human settlement. Thus understood, the contemporary urban age represents an aggregation of various interconnected demographic and socio-economic trends that have cumulatively increased the populations of large, relatively dense urban centers. In this way, the urban age meta-narrative has come to serve as a framework not only of interpretation, but of justification, for a multi-scalar assortment of spatial interventions designed to promote what geographer Terry McGee classically labeled city dominance within a transformed geo-economic context defined by unfettered financial speculation, widening socio-economic polarization, proliferating ecological disasters, and the continued dominance of market disciplinary governance. 29 Around the world, the shared goal of such urbanization strategies is building the hypertrophic city, whether by densifying and extending extant megacity territories, by creating new urban settlement zones ex nihilo in pockets of the erstwhile countryside or along major transportation corridors, or by orchestrating rural-to-urban migration flows through a noxious cocktail of structural adjustment programs, land grabbing, agro-industrial consolidation, ecological plunder, and other forms of accumulation by dispossession that degrade inherited modes of social reproduction outside the large population centers. 30 As Suzanne Soderberg and Alan Walks argue, all of these city-building strategies seek further to normalize and entrench rather than to interrupt or supersede the basic commitment to austerity governance, even if some also attempt to address the injustices, contradictions, and crisis tendencies engendered by the latter. This trope's central message: economic growth is the key to unlocking vibrant, sustainable, and livable cities for all. And selectively applying neoliberal policies and best practices from the global north, with requisite modifications for local context, is the best way to ensuring such economic growth. These strategies seek to identify perceived inequalities and social injustices in ways that reinforce a dominant policy rubric based on market freedoms and the preference for private over public consumption, a central premise of neoliberalism and its austerity revival during the last decade. 31. The ostensibly self-evident message that the city has assumed unprecedented planetary importance has thus come to serve as an all-purpose, largely depoliticized ideological rubric around which, in diverse political economic contexts, aggressively market disciplinary projects of urban socio-spatial transformation and austerity governance are being narrated, justified, and naturalized. 32. Aside from the highly dubious presentation of market disciplinary regulation as being at once necessary, optimal, and beyond political challenge, the vision of urbanization as city growth contained in such programs is, likewise, anything but self-evident. On a basic empirical level, the limitations of the United Nations census-based data on urbanization are well known and have long been widely discussed among critical demographers. 33 The simple, but still apparently intractable, problem, to which Kingsley Davis had already devoted extensive critical attention in the 1950s, is that each national census bureau uses its own criteria for measuring urban conditions, leading to serious, persistent, and seemingly absurd inconsistencies in comparative international data on urbanization. 34 In the current decade, for example, among those countries that demarcate urban settlement types based on a population size threshold, the criterion ranges from 200 to 50,000, no less than 23 countries opt for a threshold of 2,000, but 21 others specify the cutoff at 5,000.35. A host of comparability problems immediately follow. Since urban localities in one national jurisdiction may have little in common with those that are identically classified elsewhere, the use of various combinations of additional criteria in the other 131 member states' administrative, density-based, infrastructural, and socio-economic adds several further layers of confusion to an already exceedingly heterogeneous international data set. Should certain administrative areas automatically be classified as urban? What population density criterion, if any, is appropriate? Should levels of non-agricultural employment figure into the definition of urban areas? In short, even this brief glimpse into the intricacies of the United Nations data tables reveals that the notion of a majority urban world is hardly a self-evident fact. It is, rather, a statistical artifact constructed through a rather crude aggregation of national census data derived from chronically inconsistent, systematically incompatible definitions of the phenomenon that is supposedly being measured. As such, it also operates as a spatial ideology that seeks to depoliticize the process of capitalist urbanization, to naturalize the contentious accumulation strategies, regulatory architectures, and spatial politics that underpin it, and thus to obscure its constitutively uneven, polarizing, and destabilizing consequences for much of the world's population, both within and outside major metropolitan regions. 36. This is, as development sociologist Max Agel has pointedly argued, a far cry from the soft neoliberal techno-utopias of smart, sustainable, or ecological urbanism that are heralded and hailed in mainstream urban triumphalist discourse. One of the central, if generally unstated, goals of urban age-inspired spatial policies is to promote the total denuding of the countryside of people, and their increasingly dense enclosure into the favelas, barrios, and shanty towns of Rio de Janeiro, Caracas, Mumbai, Shanghai, Lagos and Dakar. 37. Just as crucially, Agel suggests, the urban age meta-narrative also serves to legitimate a double helix modernization teleology that celebrates the forced dispossession of the peasantry from inherited systems of social reproduction and small holding, and the concomitant development of capital-intense and labor-light agriculture configured in large-scale industrial enclaves controlled by multinational agribusiness conglomerates. 38. As Agel further explains, this involves the promotion of a megacity/agro-export regime in which cities are considered as a kind of black box into which one can dump the human population and worry later. Bevies of experts, oblivious to the fallout from their forebears' fetishization of capital-intensive agriculture and high-density, high-population urban living, shrugging at the ashes and ruins that lay behind the juggernaut of the development project, now peddle a second green revolution in agriculture, hoping to structure the sowing of the fields of Africa and Asia on a fully scientific and rational basis, capital-intensive, labor-light, and petroleum-fueled. 39. In precisely this sense, the urbanization project embodied in urban age discourse, data, and practice not only promotes an aggressively market-disciplinary vision of city building as the spatial foundation for our collective planetary future, but advocates the subjection of much of the world's erstwhile countryside to some combination of forced depopulation, accelerated land enclosure and privatization of common resources, capital-intensive, export-oriented industrial colonization, and fossil fuel-based ecological devastation in direct support of that goal. 40. In many cases, that urbanization project has sought not only further to industrialize the extraction, cultivation, and processing of food crops and other primary commodities but also to thread advanced infrastructural corridors and special economic zones across erstwhile peri-urban, hinterland, rural, and wilderness zones to serve as superhighways that will help open up as yet untapped areas of the developing world to private foreign investment, agribusiness expansion, and natural resource extraction. 41. Interiorizing the constitutive outside. Here arises a deeper theoretical problem with contemporary urban age discourse and with the naturalized, city-centric dispositif of urbanization from which it is derived. Even if the specificity of city growth relative to other forms of demographic, socio-economic, and spatial restructuring could somehow be coherently delineated. 42 The question still remains, how to delineate the process of urbanization in conceptual terms. Despite its pervasive representation as a neutral, generic, and objective background parameter within which socio-spatial relations are situated, the process of urbanization must itself be subjected to careful theoretical scrutiny and critical interrogation. 43 Doing so reveals at least two major epistemological fissures, logically unresolvable yet perpetually recurrent analytical problems within the hegemonic dispositif of city-centric urban knowledge. First, in the mainstream interpretive framework, urbanization is said to entail the universal diffusion of cities as the elementary units of human settlement. As is widely recognized, however, these supposedly universal units have assumed diverse morphological forms, they have been organized at a range of spatial scales, they have been mediated through a broad array of institutional, political, economic, social, military, and environmental forces, and they have been differentially, unevenly articulated to their surrounding territories, landscapes, and ecologies, as well as to other, more distant population centers. Given the de facto heterogeneity of agglomeration patterns and urban governance configurations, can a universal notion of the city still be maintained? If we do reject the hegemonic equation of cityness with singularity, must we not also abandon the vision of urbanization as a universal process of spatial diffusion? Instead, heterogeneity, differentiation, variegation, and, above all, spatial politics would have to be recognized, not simply as unstructured contextual complexity, random empirical diversity, or contextually contingent friction, but as intrinsic, systemically produced aspects of the urbanization process that themselves require abstract theorization. 44. Second, in the hegemonic dispositif, urbanization is defined as the growth of cities, which are in turn conceived as spatially bounded settlement units. This basic conceptual equation, coupled with the equally pervasive assumption of spatial boundedness, logically requires differentiating the city-like units in question from a putatively non-city realm located outside them. However, the demarcation of a coherent city/non-city divide at any spatial scale has proven thoroughly problematic, particularly since the accelerated worldwide industrialization of capital and associated remaking of socio-spatial relations in the 19th century. Indeed, within the mainstream urban dispositif, the delineation of a non-urban constitutive outside is at once necessary, since it is only on this basis that cities' distinctiveness as such can be demarcated, and impossible, since there are no standardized criteria for differentiating city from non-city settlement types, and the apparent boundaries between urban settlements and their putatively non-urban exterior have been relentlessly imploded and exploded at all spatial scales under capitalism, especially since the acceleration of industrialization in the 1850s. Despite the persistent naturalization of static, ahistorical settlement typologies in mainstream geographical discourse, the relentless territorial extension of large centers of agglomeration into their surrounding fringes and hinterlands was widely recognized by 20th-century urban planners and designers, from Ebenezer Howard, Otto Wagner, and Benton Mackay to Jean Gottman, Konstantinos Doxiadis, Ian McHarg, and John Friedman. Indeed, although it tends to be marginalized in canonical historical narratives, the process of urban extension and upscaling was arguably one of the formative concerns in relation to which the modern discipline of urban planning was consolidated. It was the signal issue that led the Catalan-Spanish planner Ildefons Cerda to invent the term urbanization in his famous 1867 treatise. 45 Rather than being focused simply upon conditions within bounded settlement units, then, several important approaches to modern urban planning and urbanism contain the elements of a relatively dynamic understanding of urban space. 46. Just as importantly, as Lewis Mumford grimly recognized in his mid-20th century writings on urban history, the developmental pathways of capitalist agglomerations have always been intimately intertwined with dramatic, large-scale, and long-term transformations of extrametropolitan spaces, often located at a considerable distance from the major centers of capital, labor, and commerce in particular, landscapes of agricultural production, resource extraction, energy generation, water procurement, and waste management. Mumford described this relation as an interplay between upbuilding and unbuilding on the one side, the spatial assembly of colossal vertical, horizontal, and subterranean industrial infrastructures, and on the other, the intensifying degradation of surrounding landscapes, ecosystems, watersheds, rivers, seas, and oceans through their intensifying role in supplying cities with labor, fuel, materials, water, and food, and in absorbing their waste products. 47 From the original dispossession of erstwhile rural populations through territorial enclosure to the intensification of land use, the construction of large-scale, capital-intensive infrastructural investments, and the progressive industrialization of hinterland economies to support extraction, cultivation, production, and circulation, the growth of the city under modern capitalism has been directly facilitated through colossal, if unevenly developed socio-spatial and ecological upheavals far outside its fluid borders. In precisely this sense, the rural, the countryside, and the hinterland have never been reducible to a mere backstage ghost acreage that supports the putatively front-stage operations of large population centers. 48. Whatever their demographic composition or settlement morphology, then, the variegated spaces of the non-city have been continuously operationalized in support of city-building processes throughout the global history of capitalist uneven development. Such spaces are as strategically central to the forms of territorial organization that underpin the urbanization of capital as are the large, dense metropolitan centers upon which urbanists have long trained their analytical gaze. Today, moreover, such extra-metropolitan landscapes of capital are being comprehensively creatively destroyed through an unprecedented surge of mega-infrastructural investments, land enclosures, and large-scale territorial planning strategies, often transnationally coordinated as speculative responses to global commodity price fluctuations, that are designed to support the accelerated growth of agglomerations around the world. 49 Their developmental rhythms, infrastructural configurations, and political ecologies are thus being linked more directly to those of the global metropolitan network through worldwide spatial divisions of labor, transnational supply chains, and financial circuits, and their continuing commodification, enclosure, industrial transformation, and socio-ecological degradation are contributing directly to the forms of mass dispossession and displacement that are uncritically catalogued or celebrated in mainstream urban policy discourse under the rubric of rural to urban demographic change. Consequently, if we do indeed currently live in an urban age, this condition must be explored not only with reference to the formation of global cities, metropolitan regions, megacity regions, the world city archipelago, and its intermetropolitan networks, but also in relation to the ongoing, if profoundly uneven, speculative, and conflictual industrial operationalization of much of the planet, including terrestrial, subterranean, fluvial, oceanic, and atmospheric space, in support of an accelerating, intensifying, planet-encompassing metabolism of capitalist urbanization. Urban epistemologies under stress. Since its origins in the early 20th century, the field of urban studies has been regularly animated by foundational debates regarding the nature of the urban question. The intensification of such debates in recent times could thus be plausibly interpreted as a sign of creative renaissance rather than of intellectual crisis. In the early 21st century, however, the pervasive fragmentation, disorientation, and downright confusion that permeate the field of urban studies are not merely the result of methodological disagreements or due to the obsolescence of a particular research paradigm. Instead, as the national developmentalist configuration of post-war world capitalism recedes into historical memory, and as the politico-institutional, spatial, and environmental impacts of various neoliberalized and neo-authoritarian forms of socio-spatial restructuring radiate and ricochet across the planet, a more intellectually far-reaching structural crisis of urban studies appears to be underway. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, the epistemic crises of urban studies involved foundational debates regarding the appropriate categories and methods through which to understand a socio-spatial terrain whose basic contours and parameters were a matter of broad consensus. Simply put, that consensus involved the equation of the urban with a specific spatial unit or settlement type, the city, or an upscaled territorial variant thereof, such as the metropolis, the conurbation, the metropolitan region, the megalopolis, the megacity, and so forth. Even though radical critics such as Manuel Castells fiercely criticized established ways of understanding this unit and offered an alternative, substantially reinvigorated interpretive framework through which to investigate its production, evolution, and contestation, they persisted in viewing the unit in question, the city or agglomeration, as the basic focal point and scale for debates on the urban question. Across otherwise deep methodological and political divides and successive epistemological realignments, this largely uninterrogated presupposition has underpinned all of the major intellectual traditions in 20th century urban studies. Indeed, as my explorations of scalar and reconstructions of inherited urban epistemologies throughout this book have suggested, the vision of the urban as a coherently individuated, territorially bounded spatial unit has long been considered so self-evident that it did not require acknowledgement, much less justification. It is this entrenched set of assumptions, along with a broad constellation of closely associated epistemological frameworks for confronting and mapping the urban question, that is today being severely destabilized, arguably even more comprehensively than had occurred during earlier rounds of debate on the urban question as a scale question in the 1990s and 2000s. The erstwhile boundaries of the city, along with those of larger, metropolitan units of agglomeration, are being exploded and reconstituted as new forms, scales, and pathways of urbanization reshape inherited configurations of territorial organization and macrospatial divisions. Consequently, the contemporary crisis of urban studies is thus not just an expression of epistemic perplexity. It stems from an increasing awareness of fundamental uncertainties regarding the very sites, scales, and focal points of urban theory and research under early 21st century capitalism. In a world of neatly circumscribed, relatively bounded, coherently individuated cities or urban units, whose core socio-morphological properties and interscalar positionalities were a matter of generalized scholarly agreement, urban researchers could burrow into the myriad tasks associated with understanding their underlying social, economic, and cultural dynamics, historical trajectories, intercontextual variations, and the various forms of regulation, conflict, and struggle that emerged within them. But, under contemporary circumstances, these basic conditions of possibility for urban research appear to have been relativized, if not totally superseded. Faced with the relentless interplay between the upbuilding and unbuilding of socio-spatial arrangements, along with the perpetual implosion-explosion of urban conditions, relations, and effects across the variegated scalar configurations, territorial formations, and ecological landscapes of global capitalism, can a settlement-based conception of urbanization be maintained? Can the urban phenomenon, as Henry Lefebvre famously queried, still be anchored exclusively within, and confined to, the city as a more or less bounded unit of analysis? 50 More generally, is there any future for critical urban theory in a world in which urbanization has been planetarized? 51. Among the most specialized, empirically oriented urban researchers, the formidable tasks of data collection, methodological refinement, and place-based investigation continue to take precedence over the challenges of grappling with the field's unstable epistemological foundations and increasingly indeterminate conceptual architecture. Disciplinary and subdisciplinary specialization thus produces what Lefebvre once termed a blind field, in which concrete investigations of time-honored themes continue to accumulate, even as the urban phenomenon, taken as a whole, is occluded or completely hidden from viewpoint. 52 This generalization also applies to most mainstream applications of GIS and other remote sensing technologies to the study of urbanization. Despite their impressively wide and increasingly fine-grained lens into emergent geographies of urbanization, Scholarly work in this rapidly expanding subfield of urban studies tends to perpetuate a range of blind fields regarding the socio-spatial, land use, and ecological transformations they aspire to illuminate. With a few important exceptions, generally located in the spatial or environmental humanities, the geospatial turn in urban studies has been grounded upon a digitally inflected form of cartographic positivism in which visualizations derived from satellite imagery are presented as if they were a mimetic capture of spatial conditions and distributions on the ground. Through this photographic illusion, they render invisible the optical machinery, data-gathering apparatuses, and information processing protocols, as well as the interpretive frameworks, political strategies, and spatial ideologies, that invariably underpin and mediate all approaches to cartographic representation, whatever their technological foundations. 53. Meanwhile, among those critical urbanists who are reflexively concerned to wrestle with emergent epistemological crises and interpretive challenges, there is a deepening confusion regarding the analytic foundations and raison d'etre of the field as a whole. Even a cursory examination of recent works of critical urban theory from studies of post-metropolitan, post-colonial, post-human, neoliberal, relational, ecological, green, assemblage, and southern urbanism to feminist, queer, critical race theoretical, anti-colonial, decolonial, degrowth, actor network, and anarchist approaches and investigations of urban metabolism, urban political ecology, urban policy mobility, and global suburbanisms reveals that foundational disagreements prevail regarding nearly every imaginable issue, from the conceptualization of what urbanists are trying to study to the justification for why they are doing so and the elaboration of how best to pursue their agendas. 54. In 1980, Sharon Zukin memorably described the evolution of urban sociology during the previous decade as acephalous, all limbs and no head, due to the absence of an overarching research paradigm. Akin to the dominance of human ecology in the mid-20th century. 55. A young Manuel Castells had already arrived at the same conclusion in 1968, when he acerbically declared that only the subject matter of urban sociology remained untackled, even as state-directed empirical research on urban topics was being churned out at a breakneck pace across the advanced capitalist world. 56. In the early 21st century, urbanists may need to conjure different, albeit no less monstrous, metaphors to characterize the field's transformed intellectual anatomy, a many-headed hydra, perhaps. Today, there is not only a proliferation of diverse streams of concrete research across varied disciplinary and subdisciplinary terrains, but an equally marked explosion of new epistemological frameworks, conceptual explorations, and methodological experiments related to the changing nature of cities, urban conditions, and urban transformations, none of which seem to exert coherent, field-wide coordinating influence, much less paradigmatic dominance. Writing at the turn of the millennium, Edward Soja described the rapidly churning intellectual terrain of urban research as follows. The field of urban studies has never been so robust, so expansive in the number of subject areas and scholarly disciplines involved with the study of cities, so permeated by new ideas and approaches, so attuned to the major political and economic events of our times, and so theoretically and methodologically unsettled. It may be the best of times and the worst of times to be studying cities, for while there is so much that is new and challenging to respond to, there is much less agreement than ever before as to how best to make sense, practically and theoretically, of the new urban worlds being created. 57. Nearly 2 decades later, this observation continues to offer an apt characterization of an increasingly diffuse, rapidly evolving intellectual landscape of urban studies. At one extreme, eminent urban economic geographers defend a monist, universalizing, and narrowly agglomeration-centric conception of urban theory that seeks to demarcate a common set of genetic forces underlying urbanization and thus to produce theoretical generalizations that apply to all cities throughout history. 58. Even more starkly universalizing, monist and positivist epistemologies underpin recent, increasingly influential applications of complexity theory, network theory, social physics, and big data to develop a new science of cities oriented toward revealing putatively trans-historical covering laws. 59 At the other extreme is what Jamie Peck has described as a strongly particularist drift associated with influential strands of post-structuralism, Southern theory, actor network theory, and assemblage urbanism, which entail a rejection of abstract or generalizing categories of the urban, various turns to low-flying descriptivism, naive empiricism, ethnographic positivism, and /or case study singularity, celebrations of diverse and dissentient ordinariness, and recurrent calls for open-ended explorations of urban sites in all their full spectrum complexity. 60. Between the poles of spatial fundamentalism and empirical particularism, a variety of pragmatically heterodox approaches to the contemporary urban question have been emerging that combine diverse methods, occupy a range of epistemological orientations, and focus on divergent sites and scales of investigation across inherited area studies boundaries. 61 In a very general sense, these approaches appear to share a loose conception of urbanization processes as being at once intercontextually patterned and contextually embedded. On this basis, they advance what might be understood as meso-level conceptual innovations post-metropolis, splintering urbanism, variegated neoliberalization, worlding cities, global suburbanisms, and peripheral urbanization, for example oriented toward, in Peck's precise formulation, the cumulative interrogation of common or connective processes, in conversation across multiple sites. 62 However, despite these broadly aligned epistemic orientations, advocates of such heterodox, mid-range approaches to urban theorizing tend to interpret the sources, expressions, parameters, contexts, and consequences of such common or connective processes in substantively divergent, if not incompatible, ways. Clearly, then, the field of critical urban theory is percolating with creative, energetic, and eclectic responses to dynamically changing socio-spatial conditions, but it also remains quite fragmented among diverse epistemological frameworks and quite a wide range of ontological assumptions regarding the nature of the urban as a site and object of inquiry. The field formerly known as urban studies. Although this situation of intellectual fragmentation, or is it simply many-headedness, results from some productive forms of epistemological, conceptual, and methodological experimentation, it is problematic insofar as it limits the field's collective capacity to offer focused, forceful, accessible, and politicized alternatives to the dominant spatial ideologies of our time. As Peck suggests, the projects of critical urban studies might be losing traction in a protracted moment of deconstructive splintering. The proliferation of new urban signifiers diminishing explanatory returns. 63 And yet, particularly in light of the broad appeal of simplistic urban age reasoning to scholars, planners, designers, and policymakers, and its continued instrumentalization in the service of neoliberalizing and/or neo-authoritarian forms of urban governance, accumulation by dispossession, and techno-environmental manipulation, the development of critical counterpositions and alternative analytic frameworks would appear to be a matter of increasing urgency for all those committed to developing more adequate, critical, and potentially emancipatory ways of interpreting and, ultimately, of shaping emergent patterns and pathways of urbanization. Should urbanists simply affirm the apparent amorphousness of their chosen terrain of investigation and resign themselves to the task of tracking the shifting social life and spatial form of places that are characterized as urban based upon contextually specific, common-sense discourses, practices, and protocols? In this conventionalist approach, the notion of the urban is emptied of any substantive theoretical content as an intercontextual or macrospatial category of analysis. It is understood entirely as a category of practice whose deployment in the field of urban studies is contingent upon the vicissitudes of everyday, governmental, and/or corporate settlement taxonomies. Conversely, should urban studies today be pursued using the aspatial framework controversially proposed by Peter Saunders in the 1980s, which emphasized constitutive social processes rather than their materializations in spatial arrangements, 64 For Saunders, collective consumption represented the essential social process that defined urban life, but a contemporary reinvigoration of his aspatial approach to urban sociology could, in principle, yield other definitional demarcations. Perhaps, even more radically, it is time to speak of the field formerly known as urban studies, consigning work in this realm of inquiry to a phase of capitalist development or human history whose conditions of possibility have now been superseded. In a provocative reflection on such issues, the eminent urban sociologist Herbert Gans suggests as much, proposing to replace the inherited problematique of urban studies with that of a sociology of settlements based upon totally reinvented typologies of human spatial organization and a more fluid understanding of interplace boundaries. 65 Unlike Saunders, Gans insists that this new research field must retain a spatial component, but he opts to renounce the fourfold cartography of urban settlement space that has long underpinned urban sociology, including his own pioneering post-war investigations of suburban communities. In Gans's proposal, the urban question is effectively superseded or, more precisely, abandoned in favor of a more or less descriptive approach to human spatial organization in which new settlement terminologies and taxonomies are to be derived imminently through the research process itself. Some urban researchers may be tempted to follow Gans's lead, attempting to confront emergent landscapes of urbanization with a more or less blank conceptual slate, devoid of the unwieldy epistemological baggage associated with the last century of debates on cities, metropolitanism, and urban questions. The term settlements, in Gans's terminology, simply refers to the human tendency to construct durably organized communities by occupying, rearranging, and transforming space. For Gans, the question of how to label these settlements, and how to draw their boundaries, cannot be resolved or even helpfully informed through theoretical abstraction or conceptual speculation. It is a matter to be resolved through concrete, contextually embedded research. Following this path, however, appears to entail reintroducing a version of Castells's earlier, orthodox Marxist rejection of urban discourse as pure ideology, albeit from a radically empiricist standpoint. Such a position will arguably be very poorly equipped to explain the continued, powerful resonance of the urban across diverse realms of discourse, debate, and research, as well as its widespread invocation as a site, target, or project in so many arenas of institutional reorganization, political economic strategy, and popular struggle. Surely, the intensified, early 21st century engagement with urban questions, projects, and potentialities is indicative of systemic, interconnected, and durably recurrent socio-spatial transformations underway across the contemporary world, and of the ongoing effort to construct what Frederick Jameson once called a cognitive map through which to secure some measure of cartographic orientation under conditions of deep phenomenological dislocation. 66 Without systematic exploration and abstract theorization of, to repeat Peck's phrase, the common or connective processes, in conversation across multiple sites, that constitute, durably reproduce, and relentlessly transform urban life, it is difficult, if not logically impossible, to justify the continued existence of a distinct field of urban studies. 67 In her own reflections on possible future pathways of urban studies in the 21st century, Saskia Sassen appears to concur with this assessment. Suggesting a conception of the urban as a strategic site for the intersection of major macro-social trends and their particular spatial patterns. 68. I would defend this position even more assertively. From my point of view, in the absence of some kind of macrospatial, intercontextual, and geocomparative agenda for the field of critical urban studies, only two options are available: the conventionalist pathway mentioned previously, in which the urban dissolves into its various common sense, everyday, local meanings, or the abandonment of urban research as a collective, institutionally based, and critically self-reflexive project of enhancing knowledge in pursuit of more progressive societal futures. In fact, the former pathway is but a roundabout route to the latter outcome. A purely conventionalist approach to the urban question will eventually lead to the erosion of criticality, a retreat into locally circumscribed, hermetically bounded discursive enclaves, and thus to the dissolution of a distinctively urban scholarly agenda. 69. Reframing the urban problematique. Whatever its ideological dimensions, then, the notion of the urban cannot be reduced to a category of practice. It remains a critical conceptual tool in any attempt to theorize the uneven, multiscalar, and polymorphic transformations of political economic landscapes under early 21st century capitalism. As Lefebvre recognized, this process is not confined to any specific place, territory, or scale. It is better understood as a problematique, a syndrome of emergent, unevenly interconnected, and discontinuously co-evolving conditions, configurations, strategies, and struggles that is engendered through the prodigious extension of the urban to the entire planet. 70 A case can and must be made, therefore, for the continuation of urban theory, albeit in a critically reinvented form that supersedes narrowly city-centric, settlement-based epistemologies, recognizes the relentlessly dynamic, creatively destructive character of the capitalist form of urbanization, explores homologies, connections, interdependencies, stratifications, and disjunctures among urban landscapes, and, on this basis, aspires to decipher the unevenly hierarchized, variegated, and path-dependent planetarization of the capitalist urban fabric that is today unfolding. Such an exploration must be attuned to the indelible contextual specificity and constitutive unevenness of the socio-spatial transformations wrought through this process, while directing equal analytical attention to commonalities in difference, generalized processes, recurrent patterns, structurally enabled powers, and family resemblances. 71. Despite the hazards of deconstructive splintering mentioned earlier, the consolidation of a planetary formation of urbanization enhances the urgency of developing epistemically heterodox research strategies in the field of critical urban studies. It is precisely the implosion-explosion of worldwide urbanization processes, their simultaneous differentiation, stratification, and relentless extension that also engenders a de facto multiplication of urban life worlds, knowledge formations, interpretive schema, methodological tactics, and research agendas. 72 Consequently, the invention of new approaches to critical urban theory under early 21st century conditions will require intellectual experimentation and intensive collaboration. Across research milieu, disciplinary and subdisciplinary specializations, epistemological and methodological divides, and diverse sites and scales of investigation. Summarizing the conclusions reached by an expert panel on the future of urban studies convened at University College London, Michelle Occhito, Susan Parnell, and Karen Cito argue similarly that today's urban research remains trapped in the 20th century tradition of the systematic study of individual cities and the rise of specialized academic disciplines and professions associated with, amongst others, economics, health, planning, engineering, and design. We are far away from understanding the fabric of urban systems. Current urban research on pressing international problems is rudimentary and fragmented at a time when the window of urban transformation demands robust, sophisticated, and truly global urban research. 73. Although the UCL expert panel aspires to produce a new urban science, I would argue that the undertaking they envision must be resolutely committed to epistemic pluralism in the sense of, as Helga Leitner and Eric Shepard have proposed, taking seriously the possibility that no single theory suffices to account for the variegated nature of urbanization and cities across the world. 74. The challenge is precisely to find ways to combine epistemic multiplicity, conceptual adventurousness, methodological heterodoxy, and post-disciplinary sensibilities with a rigorously focused, logically consistent, globally oriented, and contextually grounded analytical orientation that will productively illuminate emergent patterns, pathways, contradictions, and contestations of urban restructuring. Rather than aspiring to construct a singular, monist, authoritative science of urban life, then, contemporary urbanists need to embed specialized forms of knowledge production within engaged pluralist, intercultural modes of inquiry that reject all forms of intellectual imperialism and promote ceaseless, even-handed debate among different approaches. 75. In university environments that are increasingly dominated by corporate neoliberal agendas and pervasive disciplinary and subdisciplinary fragmentation, there are massive barriers to the construction of such trading zones for the development of more inclusive, heterodox, and critical arenas of urban knowledge. Meanwhile, the field of urban studies is being further redefined through the massive impacts of what Peter J. Taylor has termed corporate social science, the combined knowledge output on contemporary social relations by self-styled policy think tanks, the research arms of advanced producer service corporations, supplemented by publications by UN institutions and other global players such as NGOs. 76 such organizations, Taylor suggests, currently produce publications that constitute a body of knowledge, probably at least as large as that of all urban research in universities. 77 Indeed, much of the contemporary public buzz around global urbanism has been engendered precisely through the role of corporate social science institutions and affiliated funding sources in global real estate, financial services, accountancy, and data analytics firms in injecting resources into the analysis of strategic urban issues and disseminating the resultant research outputs through their own proprietary communications networks. Given the instrumental, client-oriented, profit-driven, techno-managerial, and depoliticizing orientations of corporate urban studies, its research products are obviously grounded upon epistemologies, methods, and substantive agendas that diverge drastically from those that animate the projects of critical urban researchers. Under these circumstances, critical urban thinkers must urgently and reflexively confront the radically transformed politico-institutional conditions for urban knowledge production today. Whether the projects of critical urban studies are situated precariously within the output-driven, impact-oriented research platforms of corporate neoliberal universities or are animated more directly at the front lines of social activism, protest, and insurgency, their contemporary institutional conditions of possibility are radically different from those that obtained during the waves of academic radicalization and creative politico-epistemic experimentation that flowed forth among critical urbanists in the wake of the worldwide explosions of May 1968.78. While this is not the place to explore the possible politico-institutional parameters that would be required to support the heterodox vision of critical urban studies advocated here, there can be no doubt that radical institutional renewal and reinvention are as essential to the future vibrancy of critical urban studies as are the questions of theorization that have commanded the bulk of my attention in this book. Of course, these issues are thoroughly intertwined. Critical urban theory cannot flourish in a vacuum, it requires protected institutional spaces for learning, debate, discussion, and outreach, means of public dissemination and open scholarly communication, and financial infrastructures to support independent research, creative reflection, dedicated writing, and ongoing self-criticism. Just as importantly, the creation, renewal, or reinvention of such heterodox institutional spaces for dissident urban knowledge must be informed, if not actively guided, by dynamically evolving critical theories of the urban and urbanization processes, which are themselves closely articulated to emergent problematiques of urban restructuring, conflict, aspiration, and struggle across diverse sites and scales, worldwide. As I have argued throughout this book, it is only through the abstractions of theory that the core project of critical urban research can be clarified, but the latter are not arbitrary conceptual or methodological decisions, they represent real abstractions of ongoing socio-spatial practices, transformations, contestations, insurgencies, hopes, and imaginations. Insofar as visions of possible future politico-institutional configurations for the project of critical urban studies are likely to entail wide-ranging debates about precisely these questions and, not least, that of alter-urbanizations, possible alternative patterns and pathways of urbanization itself. Perhaps the lines of theorization elaborated in these pages may offer some orientation for such an endeavor. 1. 10. Afterward, new spaces of urbanization. Penser el urbane est aujourd'hui un necessite. 1. Even among those urban scholars who broadly concur that emergent landscapes of urbanization are new in some qualitatively significant sense, there are myriad disagreements regarding how best to decipher contemporary socio-spatial transformations, their sources, and their implications, at once for inherited approaches to the urban question and for future patterns and pathways of urban life. Despite the dangers of theoretical fragmentation and political neutralization discussed in the previous chapter, such disagreements may actually serve to animate renewed intellectual vibrancy within the field of critical urban studies. Indeed, the reflexive engagement with questions of urban theory in relation to emergent socio-spatial transformations may well represent a common thread that draws together otherwise divergent research cultures around some broadly shared concerns and agendas. Today, across the heterodox epistemic communities of critical urban studies, there is not only a sustained engagement with the challenges of deciphering the complexities of early 21st century socio-spatial transformations within, among, and across contexts. Just as crucially, critical urban scholars are increasingly engaged in a concerted effort to interrogate and, when appropriate, to revise and even to reinvent the very conceptual frameworks through which such restructuring processes are investigated. This reflexivity regarding the interplay between historical socio-spatial transformation and the evolution of modes of theorization is, I have argued, one of the distinctive epistemological commitments of critical approaches to urban questions. To such an approach to urban theorizing an active process, not a fixed stance, requires not only a recognition that all urban knowledges are situated, contextually embedded, and contested, but an equally vigilant insistence, by consequence, that theoretical frameworks are radically revisable in relation to their restlessly shifting contexts of emergence and application. Precisely because they are enmeshed within the very socio-spatial relations, conditions, and contestations they aspire to illuminate, the interpretive tools of urban studies will themselves require periodic revision and, in some cases, more radical epistemic breaks or paradigm shifts. Thus conceived, the process of urban theorizing is not tied to an underlying ontological foundation through which the intrinsic properties of the urban could somehow be demarcated once and for all. Rather, in the dialectical, post-foundationalist philosophical traditions in which this book is situated, urban theorizing is always historically constituted and contextually situated. As such, it involves the self-reflexive exploration of a historically developing, geographically uneven process in reflexively dialectical relation to the social production, contestation, and mutation of the very categories of thought mobilized to understand the evolution of that process. In this sense, critical urban theory at once expresses and responds to a problematique, a set of concerns, struggles, and aspirations that emerges from the urbanization process itself. As that process mutates, so too must the conceptual apparatus of urban theory. It was precisely this dialectic of situated knowledge, socio-spatial emergence, spatial politics, and reflexive conceptualization that Henry Lefebvre had in mind when he famously described the urban as a virtual object. 3. As Lefebvre argued, positivist and techno-scientific approaches reduce the urban to extant socio-spatial arrangements: the city, the metropolitan region, or the administrative territory. Driven by specific strategic imperatives, such as economic growth or state control, these instrumental knowledge formations promulgate a systematically narrowed, depoliticized understanding of urban life that analytically externalizes, and thus renders peripheral or even invisible, any number of essential dimensions of urbanization, the enclosures, dispossessions, and exclusions upon which it is grounded, its extended spatial and ecological dimensions, its contested spatial politics, its relentless socio-spatial dynamism, and its powerfully insurgent political potentials. Urban knowledges are thus compartmentalized into black boxes and projected across blind fields that are designed to mask, or divert attention away from, the depoliticizing distortions upon which this ideologically sanitized vision of socio-spatial relations hinges. 4. By contrast, Lefebvre proposed, a revolutionary spatial epistemology would conceive the urban as an open horizon, as a virtuality whose variegated patterns and energetic pulsations are forged precisely through transformative practices, strategies, struggles, experiences, and imaginations, including those oriented toward differential space alternative urbanization processes based upon territorial self-management. In this sense, for Lefebvre, the urban represents an emergent problematique rather than a permanently defined, neatly demarcated object of knowledge, it is derived from inherited socio-spatial practices, it is enmeshed within present conditions, their contradictions, and their contestation, but it is equally oriented toward a broad spectrum of possible future pathways of socio-spatial transformation, from the catastrophic to the emancipatory. This book has put forward a constellation of epistemological orientations, conceptual tools, and methodological strategies, as well as several more specific lines of interpretation, analysis, and critique through which to explore emergent crystallizations of the urban problematique. Although my arguments build upon inherited approaches to critical urban theory, they also align closely with the work of several important strands of early 21st century urban theory that advocate for major, if not paradigmatic, theoretical renewal, the reinvention of concepts, methods, and cartographies in relation to the dramatically mutating worlds of urbanization they aspire to illuminate. Consequently, while I am sympathetic to certain aspects of Alan J. Scott and Michael Storper's recent, widely discussed call for greater methodological rigor and explanatory coherence in the investigation of urban phenomena across time and space, I strongly reject their equation of definitional exactitude with a monist, universalizing mode of analysis. 5 My theoretical pathway here resonates more closely with what Richard A. Walker, in a productive rejoinder to Scott and Storper's intervention, has described as a more open and layered approach to the urban question, one that is attuned precisely to the ways in which the formative elements of intrinsically historical processes, such as urbanization, may themselves mutate through the evolution of socio-spatial relations. 6 In the face of such historical gestalt shifts in the processes under investigation, a universalizing approach to urban theory will likely prove to be an extremely blunt analytical instrument. One that preserves definitional purity only at the very high intellectual cost of restricting a researcher's capacity to recognize ongoing processes of restructuring, emergence, and transformation and, on this basis, to explore possible avenues of conceptualization through which more adequately to decipher the latter in relation to matters of urgent socio-political concern. 7. As I have argued throughout this book, such gestalt shifts of the urban problematique in the modern world are not merely contingent historical disruptions or aberrations from an otherwise linear pathway, but represent intrinsic elements and expressions of the capitalist form of urbanization as such. It is in this sense that the concept of urban restructuring, as developed throughout this work, refers not simply to changes within predefined spatial containers or fixed units but to a fundamental mutation in the nature of the urbanization process itself, of which successive crystallizations of the capitalist urban fabric are but temporarily stabilized permutations. Much of my theoretical attention here has been devoted to deciphering the dramatic riscaling of the capitalist urban fabric during the post-1980s period, its mediations through scale-articulated, post-Keynesian state spatial strategies, and the wide-ranging consequences of the latter for emergent patterns and pathways of urban development, especially in the older industrialized world. However, my pursuit of these scalar explorations across diverse research terrains has generated insights into a number of additional, if closely interconnected, dimensions of contemporary urban restructuring, including the interplay of riscaling processes with the dialectics of placemaking, territorialization, and networking in reshaping the capitalist urban fabric, and the post-1980s consolidation of new, colossally scaled mega-infrastructures of capitalist industrial development across erstwhile territorial hinterlands, leading to a rather dramatic, if systemically uneven, thickening of the capitalist urban fabric in zones that are conventionally classified as non-urban. Crucially, the theoretical lenses into the urban question elaborated in this book have not been derived from an underlying metaphysical position or ontological foundation. Rather, they have been forged in direct relation to the manifold conceptual, methodological, and empirical challenges of deciphering the shifting macro-geographical contexts within which processes of urban restructuring have been unfolding under the conditions of intensifying scale relativization that have prevailed since the 1980s. This has required, on the one hand, a concerted rejection of any singular, fixed unit of analysis in the investigation of the urban question, such that historically and geographically specific, scale-differentiated pathways of urban transformation, and their variegated crystallizations within the capitalist urban fabric, could be explored. On the other hand, this has also entailed analytically connecting such scaled patterns and pathways of urban restructuring to a series of macro-geographical formations of capitalist development, their political mediations, their crisis tendencies, and their manifestations in spatial politics, especially in relation to the vicissitudes of the fixity/motion contradiction under capitalism, as theorized in Chapter 2. It is from this point of view that I have investigated a succession of systemic ruptures within the scalar architectures of the capitalist urban fabric in the North Atlantic zone during the post-1980s period, including the crises of Fordist Keynesian, national developmentalist urbanization and the concomitant reshuffling of nationalized interscalar hierarchies, industrialization patterns, and formations of territorial governance and the uneven, crisis-induced and crisis-inducing proliferation of post-Keynesian, market-disciplinary approaches to city building, urban economic development, industrial regeneration, metropolitan regionalism, territorial planning, and interscalar management, leading to a further entrenchment of georegulatory instability, an acceleration of patterns of scale relativization, and a pervasive splintering of the inherited urban fabric. These variegated restructuring tendencies have unfolded within, and have actively co-shaped, a transformed macro-geographical context of global capitalist development defined by accelerating geo-economic integration, a consolidating new international division of labor, deepening financialization, successive waves of regulatory neoliberalization, and intensifying uneven spatial development. In the preceding chapter, these lines of analysis flowed into the preliminary demarcation of yet another scale-differentiated formation of macro-geographical transformation, this time manifested in a number of political economic mutations connected to the dramatic acceleration of late industrial development and associated patterns of large-scale infrastructural investment across strategic zones of the Global South. While such transformations have deep, wide-ranging implications throughout the world economy, their imprints have been especially pronounced within the so-called BRICS territories and along strategic corridors of urban industrial transformation to which the latter are connected via global supply chains, including in parts of Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa, as well as in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. 8 Such trends have received systematic attention in the literatures on radical geopolitical economy, perhaps most foundationally in Giovanni Arrighi's now classic thesis that they herald the formation of a new, Asia-centric formation of the capitalist world system. 9 However, as several critical geographers have more recently observed, the rise of the BRICS and associated new international divisions of labor not only represents a locational shift in the hegemonic centers of world-scale capital accumulation, but heralds the formation of a qualitatively transformed configuration of combined and uneven spatial development under early 21st century conditions. 10. While this churning maelstrom of capitalist industrial restructuring has in no way reversed the patterns of scale relativization that crystallized during the final decades of the 20th century, it has arguably quite significantly recast their institutional and socio-spatial architecture. According to Ray Hudson, this has occurred through a range of new geopolitical alignments across and within continents and territories, resurgent forms of state-led, export-oriented regional industrial development, and the spatially selective investment operations of newly established multilateral development banks. These politico-institutional shifts and territorial development projects have, in turn, facilitated the consolidation of new spatial divisions of labor in which advanced, globally networked transport, logistics, communications, energetic, extractive, and manufacturing infrastructures are increasingly being channeled across strategic industrial territories within the BRICS and among various special economic zones and growth corridors within the territories of their regional economic partners. 11. For Hudson, the proliferation of these new centers of industrial growth, associated mega-infrastructures, and territorial development corridors in many parts of the Global South has also been intrinsically connected to new forms of accumulation by dispossession, including a tidal wave of land grabs that has forced the conversion of rural dwellers, previously engaged in subsistence agriculture, from a latent labor reserve to become part of a proletarianized factory wage labor force. 12. Faced with these wide-ranging mutations of inherited capitalist geographies, their confusing politico-institutional mediations, and their uneven infrastructural materializations, Jamie Peck programmatically argues. Today, there seems once again to be a pervasive sense that the gestalt of capitalism is in the throes of transformative and indeed structural change. There may also be a shared sense that the extant toolkit of conceptual frameworks and methodological devices is not entirely sufficient for grasping the scope and depth of these transformations. Has radically changed circumstances surely call for a comprehensive renewal of the apparatus for making sense of dynamically unfolding processes of combined and uneven development. Point 13. It will not suffice, therefore, simply to replace one centric reading with another, for instance by positioning China as some locus novelis. 14. Rather, Peck proposes, we need to develop rigorously dialectical approaches to macrogeographical restructuring that reflexively theorize the reciprocal relations between the moving parts and the evolving whole of capitalism in a context of inherited but always potentially mutable configurations of spatialized power. Point 15. It is precisely in relation to this challenge, I believe, that contemporary approaches to critical urban theory must be forged. Indeed, as I have argued throughout this book, the continued forward motion of capitalist creative destruction constantly requires us to renew our repertoire of concepts and methods, such that newly emergent urbanization processes, their relentless implosions and explosions, their combined and uneven development, their provisionally stabilized socio-spatial expressions in the urban fabric, and their ongoing contestation through spatial politics may be critically deciphered. Today, in my view, this theoretical imperative obtains not only in relation to emergent urbanization processes in the BRICS or elsewhere in the global south, but precisely with reference to the restless reconstitution of the urban itself, across diverse, inevitably specific yet relationally interconnected sites and scales, under early 21st century capitalism. Point 16. Toward a meta-theoretical synthesis. Against this background, we are now in a position to draw together some of the major meta-theoretical positions that flow from our explorations in this book, and that may perhaps prove relevant to confronting the challenges outlined previously. To this end, by way of conclusion, I present a series of synthetic arguments, epistemological perspectives, and conceptual proposals, closely connected to collaborative work with Christian Schmidt, which are intended to help orient the ongoing project of deciphering the diverse, variegated, and volatile worlds of urbanization that are proliferating under early 21st century conditions. Point 17. As with all of my conceptual explorations in this book, those presented here are not intended to lock in an ontologically fixed conception of the urban once and for all, but as provocations for further debate regarding the contemporary planetary urban condition, the state of our intellectual inheritance in the scholarly fields devoted to its investigation, and the prospects for developing new epistemological frameworks, conceptual strategies, methodological tactics, and cartographic perspectives for confronting contemporary socio-spatial transformations. In this sense, the ideas presented here are offered as meta-theoretical proposals. While they suggest a number of epistemological perspectives and methodological orientations for confronting contemporary urban transformations, each of the theses is compatible with a range of substantive conceptions of the urban and urbanization, and with a wide array of concrete research strategies. This endeavor is thus strongly inspired by Lefebvre's call for a metaphilosophy of urbanization and exploratory, pluralistic epistemology that provides an orientation, opens pathways, and reveals a horizon rather than advancing definitive pronouncements regarding an actualized condition, a homogeneous structure, or a singular process. Point 18. As with my scalar explorations of the urban question throughout this book, this line of analysis also builds upon and extends Lefebvre's intellectually dissident insistence on the foundational distinction between the city and the urban. Cities, in this view, represent but one socio-spatial configuration within the relentlessly mutating, constitutively multiscalar fabric of capitalist industrial urbanization. More generally, insofar as these proposals simultaneously emphasize systematic, intercontextual, macrospatial patterning and contextual differentiation, multiplicity and specificity, they fall under the broad rubric of the heterodox, Meso-level epistemological perspectives outlined in the preceding chapter. The dialectical approach to urban theorizing proposed here thus rejects both poles of the entrenched opposition between spatial fundamentalism and empirical particularism in favor of what Bertel Ohlmann famously described as the philosophy of internal relations. 19 Here, the crystallization of an increasingly planetarized urban fabric is understood to occur not only through interconnected, co-evolving macrogeographical processes, but through the multiplication of contextually specific, territorially embedded patterns and pathways of urban transformation. Point 20 To paraphrase an incisive formulation on the dialectics of combined and uneven development from historical sociologist Fuad Maki, the point here is not simply that urbanization operates differently in different places, but that the capitalist urban fabric as a whole is itself differently configured, with correspondingly distinct effects, across the socially uneven political multiplicity of the world. 21 Consequently, the specificity of socio-spatial patterns and developmental pathways within the capitalist urban fabric emerges not simply from a precise condition of ontological singularity, or due to the collision of opposed national and global forces, but crystallizes relationally through the overdetermined uneven and combined conditions of its existence in world historical space-time. Point 22. In this specific sense, the evolving conditions of existence for the capitalist urban fabric are at once variegated, path-dependent, and relationally interconnected. They cannot be derived from a universal logic, whether of agglomeration, industrialism, globalism, or otherwise, but require historically attuned, reflexively multiscalar, institutionally differentiated, and rigorously relational modes of political, economic, and socio-spatial inquiry. If deployed with appropriately dialectical attention to the ways in which, as Martín Arboleda notes, the relation between the parts and the whole in continuous evolution and co-determination, such an approach may help illuminate, simultaneously, the contextual embeddedness and intercontextual structuration of urban spaces and, by consequence, of the capitalist urban fabric as a whole. Point 23 Figure 10.1 offers a schematic overview of several key conceptual distinctions that are elaborated in our subsequent discussion. Figure 10.1 Some useful distinctions for deciphering contemporary mutations of the urban question. A theoretically reflexive, process-based approach to urban spaces. In mainstream urban studies, cities and urban spaces are generally taken for granted as empirically self-evident sites. Consequently, the urban character of urban research has been conceived simply with reference to the circumstance that it is located within or focused on zones labeled as cities. However, such naive empiricist, positivist positions presuppose determinate, if unacknowledged, interpretive assumptions regarding the specificity of cities and or the urban that powerfully shape the trajectory of concrete research. In this sense, the urban is not a precise, transparently legible arena, site, artifact, or object. Its demarcation as a realm of thought, representation, imagination, investigation, or action can only occur through a process of theoretical abstraction, one that is itself embedded within the very socio-spatial relations it is meant to grasp. As Andrew Sayer explains, such abstractions condition how we carve up our object of study and what properties we take particular objects to have. 24 As such, they have a massively structuring impact on concrete investigations of all aspects of socio-spatial relations. For this reason, questions of conceptualization lie at the heart of all forms of urban research, even the most apparently empirical, contextual, quantitative, data-driven, or detail-oriented. They are not mere background conditions or framing devices, but constitute the very interpretive grammar and analytical medium through which urbanists weave together meta-narratives, normative political orientations, methodological tactics, data collection and assembly, concrete analyses, and strategies of intervention. Critical reflexivity in urban studies may be accomplished only if such underlying theoretical assumptions regarding the site, focus, and goals of investigation are made explicit, systematically connected to the historical geographical contexts in which they are situated, subjected to careful analytical scrutiny, and revised continually in relation to the dynamically evolving geographies of urban development they aspire to illuminate. Since the formal institutionalization of urban social science in the early 20th century, the conceptual demarcation of the urban has been a matter of intense debate. Since that time, the trajectory of urban research has involved not only an accretion of concrete investigations in and of urban spaces, but the continual theoretical re-articulation of their specificity as such. Indeed, during the last century, many of the major creative advances in the field of urban studies have been stimulated precisely through the elaboration of new theoretical cuts into the nature of the urban question. Such reconceptualizations have emerged not only through the exigencies of concrete urban research in specific spatio-temporal contexts, but have been powerfully animated by the challenges of deciphering the remaking of the world's built and unbuilt environments during periods of intense, often disorienting, socio-spatial creative destruction. It is the relentless transformation of urban geographies that engenders the need for a continual revision and even reinvention of the theoretical categories and frameworks of interpretation used to investigate the latter. The abstractions mobilized in the field of critical urban theory are, therefore, not merely devices of conceptual simplification, but are embedded within and shaped by the same restlessly shifting geographies of capitalist urbanization they aspire to illuminate. They are, in this sense, concrete abstractions. Point 25. Since its early 20th century origins, the field of urban studies has conceived the city as a specific unit and type of settlement space, one that is thought to be fundamentally different and spatially distinct from the non-city zones that lie beyond it, such as suburbs, towns, villages, rural areas, countryside, and wilderness. Chicago School urban sociologists, mainstream land economists, central place theorists, UN urban demographers, neo-Marxian geographers, and global city theorists have understood the basis of this specificity in vastly divergent ways, but all have engaged in the broadly shared analytical maneuver of delineating urban distinctiveness through an explicit or implied contrast of cities to settlement zones and socio-spatial conditions located outside their boundaries. It is in this sense that the terrain of the non-city has served as a constitutive outside for inherited urban epistemologies. This perpetually present exterior domain stabilizes the very intelligibility of urban studies as a coherent field of research, enabling, anchoring, and, quite literally, enframing its persistent focus on the diverse spatial interiors of city life: agglomeration, density, innovation, diversity, creativity, verticality, and so forth. The space of the non-city thus appears simultaneously as the ontological other of the city/urban, its radical opposite, and as its epistemological condition of possibility, the very basis on which it can be recognized, demarcated, and investigated as such. Figure 10.2: the urban/rural interface as a function of agrarian land use. In this time series representation from the early 1970s, Brian Barry used a simple empirical indicator to demarcate the changing urban/rural interface: the percentage of land allocated to agricultural functions. Figure 10.3: the urbanization of the world. The United Nations Demographic Vision. The United Nations continues to measure urbanization as a function of population growth within cities, settlement units that, according to national census bureaus, are classified as urban. This measurement strategy hinges upon the definitional contrast of such units to a vast, putatively non-urban exterior, classified under the homogenizing rubric of the rural. This data table is from a major 2012 UN report on urbanization, but is typical of the influential approach that has been used by this organization for over 4 decades. Much of 20th century urban studies has, then, presupposed a settlement-based conception of territorial organization, a world composed of discrete, bounded units, of which the city is claimed to be a universally diffused type. In epistemological terms, the construction of such settlement typologies has hinged upon delineating nominal essences through which the putatively distinctive social and/or spatial characteristics of their key classificatory units could be understood. Despite their otherwise significant differences of epistemology, conceptualization, methodology, and politics, this basic theoretical operation underpinned all of the major research traditions in 20th century urban studies: the spatial demarcation of distinct, coherently individuated urban units, whether at local, metropolitan, or regional scales, was accomplished precisely through arguments and assumptions regarding the nominal essences that were thought to inhere within them. By contrast, a revitalized approach to urban theory in the early 21st century must prioritize the investigation of constitutive essences, the core processes through which urban geographies are produced, tendentially stabilized, and recurrently transformed. Point 26. Insofar as a rigorously processual approach deconstructs the forms of settlement fetishism, localism, territorialism, and city-centrism that have long been naturalized among urban researchers, it provides a generative epistemological starting point for confronting emergent socio-spatial transformations that are currently reworking inherited formations of the capitalist urban fabric. The point here is not that tendentially stabilized socio-spatial configurations no longer exist or should no longer be of interest for urban researchers. On the contrary, as I have argued throughout this book, the establishment of relatively fixed, tendentially stabilized configurations of the capitalist urban fabric is at once an endemic moment within the contradictory metabolism of capital and a strategic goal of state institutions and diverse territorial alliances seeking to position themselves within that metabolism. Such scaled and territorialized configurations of the urban fabric continue to crystallize under early 21st century conditions through, for example, the formation of metropolitan regions, megalopolises, national territorial matrices, transnational communications networks, continental and intercontinental pipelines and logistics corridors, and a wide range of additional spatial infrastructures of production, circulation, and social reproduction. As such, they must obviously remain a central focal point for critical urban studies. My argument, then, is that the analytical core of the urban question involves theorizing and investigating the underlying processes that at once constitute and recurrently destabilize such socio-spatial configurations, thus rendering their apparent fixity merely provisional. In large part because they are so volatile and variegated, the nominal essences that may be provisionally materialized within such configurations represent a second-order dimension of the urban problematique. The first-order conceptualization of urban processes, the dialectics of urbanization itself, provides the analytical foundation for the subsequent, second-order analysis of their shifting manifestations within historically and geographically specific socio-spatial configurations. Patterns and pathways of urbanization, unbounded. Under early 21st century capitalism, urbanization processes are being consolidated, stratified, differentiated, and multiplied across the planet in ways that problematize inherited conceptions of the city and the urban as interior zones bounded off from, and surrounded by, a vast, non-urban exterior. Under these conditions, the inherited inside/outside dualism offers an impoverished conceptual, methodological, and cartographic foundation for exploring these ongoing socio-spatial transformations, whether in abstract analytical terms or with reference to specific world regional contexts. The claim here is not that a uniform urban skein is being rolled out across the Earth to form a continuous, planet-encompassing agglomeration, akin to the Death Star in the Star Wars films or the planet of Trantor in Isaac Asimov's classic sci-fi book series Foundation, in which there are no morphological striations or density gradients in the built environment. The point, rather, is that our ability to decipher the constitutively uneven, restlessly evolving landscapes of planetary urbanization will be severely constrained if we continue to conceive the world as a patchwork of coherently bounded, discretely individuated settlement units, with the urban understood as one generic, universally diffused type among the latter. Point 27. In thus advocating an approach to urban theory that transcends the inherited ontology of bounded spatial units, settlement typologies, and interior/exterior divides, Christian Schmidt and I have been calling for a broader debate regarding how we might more adequately conceptualize, investigate, and visualize early 21st century processes of urban transformation. Even if these geographies are not coherently enframed within neatly individuated, container-like spatial units, they are still being articulated in determinate territorial patterns and metabolic pathways that require systematic investigation and theorization. Point 28. From this point of view, recent contributions to urban theory that emphasize or even celebrate the putative indeterminacy, heterogeneity, and unknowability of emergent urban life forms contain significant epistemic blind spots and political limitations. Point 29. In effect, they abandon the project of deciphering the commonalities in difference, generalized processes, recurrent patterns that are crystallizing across the uneven landscapes of planetary urbanization, and in so doing, they render invisible the structurally enabled powers associated with ongoing processes of accumulation by dispossession under neoliberalizing capitalism that continue to shape the very phenomena, conditions, and contestations they misrecognize as radical contingencies. Point 30. One of the major challenges of critical urban studies today is precisely to develop reinvented conceptual, methodological, and cartographic tools through which researchers might more adequately decipher the ongoing production of these new urban spaces and the forms of structural violence, exclusion, and injustice they perpetuate. Because of its ostensible orientation toward the problematique of constitutive essences, processes rather than units, the concept of urbanization would appear to offer an essential basis for confronting this formidable task. To serve this purpose, however, the concept must be systematically reclaimed from the myopically city-centric theorizations that have to date monopolized its analytic deployment across the social sciences, the environmental humanities, and the design disciplines. Indeed, with a few notable exceptions, all major inherited approaches to urbanization define this process with reference to its putatively universal spatial outcome, the growth of the city, along with any nominal essences claimed to be associated with the latter, such as agglomeration economies or large, densely concentrated, diverse populations. In effect, within mainstream approaches, the notion of urbanization is reduced to that of cityization, as more literally conveyed in the German term Verstädterung. 31. Within this definitional universe, the question of the urban as such, its specificity as a historical geographical process, configuration, mediation, and relation is completely bypassed or black-boxed, or else narrowed to the investigation of those of its socio-spatial manifestations that are most immediately connected to the phenomenon of cityness, as the latter is conceived within a particular research tradition. It is logically impossible, on the basis of this city-centric episteme, to consider whether urbanization processes might not entail the universalization of a singular spatial form or unit, be it the city or otherwise, and whether urbanization processes might engender essential socio-spatial manifestations that are not contained within cities or directly expressed in the formation of city-like spatial units. A reinvented conceptualization of urbanization must systematically explore both of these possibilities, at once as theoretical provocations, as starting points for concrete historical political inquiry, and as openings toward alternative modes of spatial representation. We need, in short, theories and investigations not simply of cityization, but of urbanization. 32. This is, it seems to me, exactly what Françoise Coé had in mind when, over 2 decades ago, she underscored the urgency of theorizing not only the city but the urban. 33. The socio-spatial configurations that have been associated with cityness may in fact be intrinsically connected to historically specific forms of urbanization, but that link must be reflexively interrogated and theoretically clarified rather than being treated as a logical necessity. To the degree that scholars conceive the articulation of urbanization to city building as an a priori definitional essence, they naturalize key elements of the very socio-spatial processes that need to be subjected to critical analysis, while marginalizing or rendering invisible other, potentially essential dimensions of urbanization that may not directly materialize within cities or city-like spatial configurations. It is precisely in this sense, as Henry Lefebvre classically argued in The Urban Revolution, that the urban dimension of urbanization requires reflexive, systematic theoretical interrogation and critical reinvention in relation to the variegated, constitutively multiscalar implosions and explosions of late modern capitalism. 34. Notably, various versions of this alternative epistemology of the urban were articulated within several largely subterranean traditions of post-war urban theory and research, including in the heterodox writings of architect and planner Konstantinos Doxiadis, urban geographer Terry McGee, historical sociologist Charles Tilley, and, of course, Lefebvre himself. For these diverse urban thinkers, the urban dimension of urbanization referred less to the spatial generalization of cityness tout court than to the consolidation of, among other elements, a specifically modern formation of industrial territorial organization, the extension of large-scale, state-managed socio-spatial interdependencies, and accelerated circulation, as well as to the variegated transformations, crises, conflicts, and insurgencies induced through those processes. 35 cities, metropolitan regions, and other zones of agglomeration do indeed crystallize as key, enduring elements within the socio-spatial maelstrom of capitalist urbanization, but the latter cannot be defined exclusively with reference to the dynamics of agglomeration or the city-like built environments engendered through that process. While the writings of these and allied authors must obviously be understood in relation to the specific contexts and research traditions in which they were working, such dissident streams of urban theorizing have acquired a renewed significance and fascination in relation to early 21st century socio-spatial transformations. Figure 10.4 Doxiadis's speculative vision of a planetary urban fabric. In the early 1970s, Konstantinos Doxiadis constructed a speculative vision of world urbanization that postulated the formation of large-scale bands of settlement girding much of the globe, especially along coastlines and major transport corridors. His corresponding map of the worldwide ecumenopolis did not depict individual cities or any other discrete settlement units. Instead, it set into relief a rhizomatic proliferation of zones, circuits, and networks whose contours were delineated with reference to differential population densities, connectivity gradients, and corresponding variations in the intensity of human activity. Figure 10.5 The extended metropolis in Asia. In developing his critique of city-dominant approaches to urbanization in Southeast Asia during the 1970s and 1980s, Thierry McGee introduced the concept of a Desakata region to map the uneven boundary between city and non-city spaces. His pioneering work explored the seasonal fluctuation of population levels across this boundary in conjunction with wet rice harvest cycles and associated patterns of labor migration. In this way, McGee offered a devastating critique of attempts to demarcate a rigidly territorial border separating urban and agrarian life worlds. In so doing, he also developed a suggestive alternative mapping of the dense interdependencies among overlapping land use systems and labor geographies within these extended metropolitan zones. For McGee, the fabric of modern urbanization crosscut the urban/rural divide, and thus problematized both terms of this dualism, at least in their conventional, mainstream meanings. Dialectics of concentrated and extended urbanization. Urban theory has long conceived urbanization primarily with reference to the condition of agglomeration, the dense concentration of population, infrastructure, and investment at certain locations on a broader, less densely settled territorial surface. While the morphology of such concentrations is recognized to shift over time, it is above all with reference to this basic socio-spatial tendency and its expressions in the built environment that urbanization has generally been defined. However, rather than conceptualizing the spatial expressions of such historically and geographically variegated agglomeration processes under the universal rubric of the city, the intellectual horizons of urban theory can be productively expanded through the investigation of variations in the politico-economic causes, institutional mediations, scalar articulations, and socio-spatial consequences of agglomeration processes during successive cycles of modern capitalist industrialization, and across diverse geopolitical and world regional contexts. Contrary to the universalizing epistemologies embraced by many contemporary urban economists and urban economic geographers, such an inquiry is likely to reveal the historical and geographical specificity, and even exceptionalism, of many of the most widely invoked explanatory models of agglomeration, such as that of the Marshall-Lien Industrial District. 36 As enduring and fundamental as they are, agglomeration processes vary qualitatively across time and space, in relation to, among other shaping factors, the political economy of capitalist industrialization across sectors, places, and territories, the expanding scales at which external economies are organized, the evolution of state spatial structures and strategies, energetic regimes, their distribution networks, and their geopolitics, shifting modes of surplus extraction and absorption, patterns of uneven spatial development, and ongoing socio-political struggles over the general conditions of production, circulation, and reproduction. 37 Accordingly, Christian Schmidt and I have introduced the concept of concentrated urbanization to help frame more theoretically reflexive, dialectical, and historically specific modes of inquiry into such systemically patterned spatio-temporal variegations. 38. Figure 10.6 Concentrated urbanization in London, 1820 to 1962. During the evolution of modern capitalism, the scale of concentrated urbanization has expanded considerably, as Doxiadis's classic 1968 representation of London's long-term spatial evolution illustrates. With the proliferation of increasingly fine-grained geospatial data sources, the expansion of urban land cover is today among the most well-documented dimensions of contemporary urban socio-spatial restructuring. Doxiadis's depiction of this process relied on more conventional, terrestrially grounded data sources, but it yielded a striking time series visualization that closely resembles those that are now being widely disseminated through the use of satellite-based monitoring systems such as NASA's Landsat. Figure 10.7 Commuting zones and the concentration of the urban fabric. The process of concentrated urbanization encompasses the daily circulation of workers within and around large-scale agglomerations. Geographer Brian Berry pioneered the systematic mapping of such labor geographies in the 1960s, but he equated them with the decentralization of urban development, a process to which he idiosyncratically referred as durbanization. By contrast, as conceived here, these metropolitan geographies of the working day embody the expanding scales on which concentrated urbanization is organized, both in socio-economic and infrastructural terms. While the agglomeration question has long monopolized the analytical attention of most urban researchers, considerably less attention has been devoted to what may be characterized as the hinterland question, namely, the exploration of how agglomeration processes have been intertwined with wide-ranging socio-spatial, infrastructural, and ecological transformations beyond metropolitan centers and their immediately contiguous regions. Though largely ignored or relegated to the analytic background by contemporary urban theorists, the territorial enclosure, demographic fracturing, industrial activation, infrastructuralization, spatial rationalization, ecological devastation, and periodic, crisis-induced restructuring of hinterland zones has, especially during the last 150 years, been systematically interconnected with processes of concentrated urbanization. Within this extended field of capitalist industrial transformation, a progressively thickening mesh of large-scale, long-distance infrastructural equipment serves to articulate metropolitan agglomerations ever more tightly to diverse realms of primary commodity production that are traditionally classified as being exterior to the urban condition. The latter include, for example, industrial farmlands, agribusiness corridors, and their extended irrigation infrastructures, terrestrial, subterranean, and maritime landscapes of resource extraction, industrial and plantation forestry, aquaculture and fishing territories, energy supply infrastructures, including those associated with coal, petroleum, natural gas, nuclear, hydropower, and renewables, whether on land or sea, canals, dams, irrigation networks, paved waterways, sewage pipes, and other engineered water management systems, intercontinental transport corridors, pipelines, and transoceanic shipping lanes, planetary communications grids, data storage infrastructures, information processing networks, and satellite orbits, and waste disposal systems, garbage dumps, and other zones of industrially induced environmental degradation. Rather than relegating these diverse, non-agglomerative spaces of capitalist industrial metabolism to an exterior, non-urban realm of putative ghost acreage, whether labeled as hinterland, countryside, rural, wilderness, or otherwise, Christian Schmidt and I have proposed to explore the ongoing industrial operationalization of the latter as an essential moment and expression of the capitalist form of urbanization, extended urbanization. 39. Figure 10.8 Veins of the urban fabric, Worldwide transportation infrastructures. The development of urban agglomerations hinges upon increasingly dense, worldwide transportation infrastructures, insofar as they constitute a key scaffolding for the capitalist urban fabric's spatial articulation, operationalization, and evolution. They are an essential expression of extended urbanization. Such infrastructures may be viewed as the veins through which the socio-spatial metabolism of urbanization is stimulated, intensified, reproduced, and reconfigured, albeit always in unevenly variegated, restlessly shifting patterns and pathways. The process of extended urbanization is dialectically intertwined with that of concentrated urbanization, and ever more so as the creatively destructive forward motion of capitalist industrialization intensifies, leading to the consolidation of more tightly integrated, if chronically volatile, unevenly articulated, and deeply stratified, planetary-scale production networks. 40 In this way, the variegated spaces of extended urbanization, their labor markets, property relations, land use patterns, infrastructural configurations, industrial operations, modes of social reproduction, and metabolic circuits are more tightly enmeshed within the thickening filaments of the capitalist urban fabric, while also being more directly subjected to the pulsating rhythms of implosion-explosion that continually reshape its unstable geographies. They thus represent a key expression of the forms of violent spatial abstraction that at once underpin and result from the industrial metabolism of capital. 41 As such, processes of extended urbanization also serve as a medium and outcome for capital's fixity/motion contradiction, as theorized and explored throughout this book. Crucially, extended urbanization involves not only the private appropriation and commodification of extra-metropolitan resources to support metropolitan centers, but entails, more specifically, the industrial transformation of the hinterland spaces in which such resources are procured and produced. This results in the mutation of those spaces or specific infrastructural assemblages within them into what may be termed operational landscapes, zones whose socio-spatial and ecological relations are rationalized, infrastructuralized, and recurrently reorganized to support the metabolism of capitalist industrialization in more or less direct relation to the shifting dynamics of concentrated urbanization. 42 As understood here, the crystallization of operational landscapes involves the systematic mobilization of modern science and technology, embodied in machinery, infrastructure, territorial organization, and comprehensively engineered land use configurations, to enhance productivity not only of labor, but of nature itself within large-scale, progressively worldwide circuits of capital. 43 In this sense, the construction of operational landscapes involves the reconfiguration of extra-metropolitan spatial arrangements and biophysical processes to facilitate increasingly mechanized and/or robotized forms of production and circulation, with correspondingly destructive implications for inherited rhythms of work, land use, and social reproduction, as well as for the ecological web of life, throughout significant swaths of the erstwhile global countryside. 44 For instance, across otherwise diverse historical geographical contexts, the reconfiguration of hinterlands into operational landscapes has been closely intertwined with processes of depeasantization and associated forms of mass population displacement, thus contributing directly to what Farshad Araghi has precisely termed deruralization, prodigious population decline in rural or formerly rural zones. Coupled with the concomitantly dramatic demographic expansion within the world's rapidly expanding megacities. 45 This is but one salient expression of the dialectics of concentrated and extended urbanization in action. Labor informalization and auto-construction practices within megacities are inextricably connected to the dynamics of territorial enclosure, industrial transformation, and mass displacement in the erstwhile countryside. These considerations suggest, on the one hand, that the everyday metabolic operations of agglomerations, including at the planetary scale of the world city archipelago discussed in Chapter 4, must be connected more systematically to the processes of extended urbanization that are today infusing erstwhile hinterland spaces across the world economy. 46 At the same time, this perspective suggests that important institutional, regulatory, infrastructural, financial, and socio-environmental transformations in zones that are not generally linked to urban conditions, From circuits of agribusiness and extractive landscapes to transoceanic infrastructural networks, underground pipelines, and even satellite orbits, have been more tightly intertwined with the developmental rhythms, speculative logics, and crisis tendencies of metropolitan agglomerations around the world. Consequently, whatever their administrative demarcation, population density, socio-spatial morphology, or positionality within the maelstrom of capitalist uneven development, such spaces are becoming integral strategic components of an extensively, if unevenly, planetarized urban fabric. Figure 10.9 Urbanization of the oceans. The vast territories of the world's oceans have become strategic terrains of extended urbanization through undersea cable infrastructures, as well as through shipping lanes and various forms of undersea resource extraction within and beyond the exclusive economic zones over which national governments command sovereign jurisdictional authority. In this sense, the capitalist urban fabric is not confined to terrestrial space. Increasingly, it encompasses, traverses, and transforms a vast array of ecological landscapes, including maritime, fluvial, subterranean, and atmospheric zones. Figure 10.10 Space junk as an outer layer of the urban fabric. The field of extended urbanization is being pushed upward and outward into the Earth's atmosphere through a thickening web of orbiting satellites and space junk. In the early 21st century, the functional role of such orbital communication infrastructures and their detritus is basically equivalent to that of the clocks and pocket watches famously invoked by George Simmel in 1903 to describe the elaborate systems of abstract space-time coordination upon which modern metropolitan life then depended. In producing this visualization, artist Michael Nayar collaborated with the Institute of Aerospace Systems at the Technical University of Braunschweig to capture the extent of space debris that was in circulation across all orbital pathways as of 2012. Over 621,000 objects of sizes varying from 1 centimeter in diameter to much larger shards of used machinery such as rocket stages, abandoned satellites, and nuclear reactors. This multiscalar dialectic of implosion and explosion is, therefore, an essential analytical, historical, empirical, and political horizon for any critical theory of urbanization in the early 21st century. It is, I submit, a more elemental problematique for the field of critical urban studies under early 21st century conditions than the recurrent debates on the future of the city that continue to dominate mainstream global urban discourse. Indeed, critical urban scholars will arguably be much better positioned to contribute to such debates precisely by connecting agglomeration processes to the broader socio-spatial, infrastructural, and ecological transformations upon which they depend and to which they actively, and often quite destructively, contribute. Urgent questions regarding the historical geographies, contemporary configuration, and possible future trajectories of the urban fabric may thus supplant the fetish of the city that has long dominated hegemonic approaches to urban knowledge, policy, and strategy. State spatial strategies and the remaking of the urban fabric. The new formations of the capitalist urban fabric outlined previously have been powerfully shaped through the operations of an array of rescaled state institutions, including entrepreneurial local authorities, national and regional governments, supranational territorial blocs, and multilateral development agencies. Of course, major metropolitan regions around the world remain strategic targets for a wide range of locational policies, advanced infrastructural investments, and economic development initiatives, whether in relation to centrally located megaprojects, peri-urban built environments or at the expanded scale of emergent megaregions and intercity corridors. 47 In this sense, even amid the recurrent rounds of crisis-induced restructuring that have unfolded since the collapse of the Fordist Keynesian national developmentalist formation of capitalism in the 1970s, the rhythms of post-Keynesian state rescaling analyzed in previous chapters of this book continue to reverberate powerfully, if unevenly, across the variegated terrain of concentrated urbanization. Indeed, even in the wake of the global financial crisis of 2008, entrepreneurial territorial alliances in metropolitan regions around the world have steadfastly maintained their commitment to market-disciplinary, growth-centric, aggressively financialized models of urban development while imposing new rounds of austerity governance that fracture public infrastructures of social reproduction and thus further entrench post-Keynesian geographies of advanced urban marginality and territorial stigmatization. 48 At this scale, the post-Keynesian splintering of the capitalist urban fabric continues to proceed apace through the persistent state commitment to broadly neoliberalized, market-disciplinary visions of metropolitan growth coupled with a concomitant explosion of intra- and intermetropolitan socio-spatial inequalities resulting from this model's wide-ranging economic, regulatory, social, and ecological contradictions. 49. Crucially, however, especially in the BRICS zone and in other regions of the global south to which emergent spaces of industrialization are most directly connected via transnational production networks, global city-oriented development agendas are now being much more explicitly articulated to new strategies of macro-spatial infrastructural planning at multinational, continental, and even intercontinental scales. As J. Miguel Canay explains, these projects of neoliberal territorial design focus on creating macro-regional spaces supportive of market-disciplinary societies which may encompass a vast array of natural areas, regions, cities, regulatory scales, and multiple other spatial formations shaped to prioritize access to global markets above any other spatial planning considerations. 50 At present, the most costly, politically audacious, and colossally scaled exemplars of such neoliberalizing strategies of territorial design are the Initiative for the Integration of Regional Infrastructure in South America, initiated in the early 2000s and rebranded as of 2009 under the rubric of the South American Council of Infrastructure and Planning, and China's One Belt, One Road program, initiated in 2013 and recently rebranded as the Belt and Road Initiative. 51. Figure 10.11 Neoliberal Territorial Design. The Initiative for the Integration of Regional Infrastructure in South America Project Vision for Latin America. New transnational geographies of state intervention into the capitalist urban fabric are emerging, as illustrated in this map of the project portfolio for the IRSA. Initiated by Brazil in 2000, the IRSA subsequently evolved into a large-scale, multilateral project of territorial design intended to stimulate, coordinate, and manage the construction of major new logistics, energy, and communication infrastructures across South America. Dominated by corporate interests and market-oriented state elites, the IRSA has privileged the overarching priority of enhancing connectivity within transnational production networks over agendas such as social inclusion, democratic participation, territorial integration, and ecological conservation. In post-liberalization India, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor represents a broadly parallel project of mega-infrastructural territorial planning, albeit one that is mainly focused on envisioning, planning, and activating an intranational zone of industrial urbanization that is to be articulated across a vast, largely agrarian, and ecologically delicate corridor between two of South Asia's most globally interconnected metropolitan nodes. 52. In a far-reaching analysis, J. Miguel Canay and Seth Schindler refer to this striking new politics of urbanization as the embodiment of an infrastructure scramble in which a heterogeneous array of governmental and quasi-governmental bodies including regional councils, public works projects, national foreign affairs ministries, multilateral agreements and other ad hoc supranational entities are seeking to establish the spatial conditions for planet-wide inter-urban connectivity by articulating extensive corridors of territorial development across a continuum of urban-rural conditions that is rendered increasingly complex. 53 These developments and their extended infrastructural materializations cannot be adequately explained as endogenous outgrowths of nascent agglomeration economies, they are, in Canay's precise formulation, state-mediated processes steered by market-disciplinary logics codified in neoliberal policies. 54 Broadly parallel articulations of this aggressively market-disciplinary, export-oriented political strategy are, Canay and Schindler suggest, being elaborated by diverse territorial alliances in metropolitan regions, peri-urban peripheries, intercity corridors, and strategic hinterlands across the global south, from Latin America to China, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa. Across otherwise divergent macro-regional and national contexts, neoliberal territorial design programs and large-scale infrastructural visions are now being rolled out in pursuit of the connectivity imperative through which, it is widely believed, new industrial spaces may be established within erstwhile marginalized regions and positioned strategically within transnational production networks. The new infrastructural scramble is an important extension of, and political counterpart to, the more widely discussed phenomenon of the global land rush, also known as land grabbing, a state-activated, aggressively export-oriented foreignization of space that has entailed similarly destructive forms of territorial enclosure, dispossession, displacement, and ecological degradation in vast, primarily agrarian, extractive and biofuel hinterlands across parts of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. 55 The global land rush is composed of several distinct projects of socio-spatial transformation and is being articulated in a multiplicity of locational contexts, from the peri-urban fringes of expanding megacities and intercity logistics corridors to fertile, resource-rich hinterland zones, as well as in areas that are officially classified as barren or wasteland. However, one of the most prevalent agendas of these new enclosures across many regions in the global south is to enhance land use productivity. Specifically by promoting rapid agrarian industrialization based upon large-scale, capital-intensive, heavily infrastructuralized, monocropped, and export-oriented agribusiness grids. 56 Especially when articulated to the new transnational infrastructural corridors that are being established through neoliberal territorial design strategies, these vast arenas of emergent, export-oriented agro-industrial development are often enclosed within newly established special economic zones intended to link extractive frontiers to metropolitan areas and foreign markets. 57 The salient point here, then, is not just that, as Anneliese Zoomers and her collaborators have productively observed, large-scale land investments will often trigger urbanization, or that such investments are partly a consequence of increasing urban demand and the restructuring of value chains. 58 The analytical framework proposed here suggests, furthermore, that many of the major territorial arenas and targets of the global land rush are themselves being directly intermeshed with emergent geographies of extended urbanization. They are thus becoming integral filaments within the capitalist urban fabric. Evidently, the variegated manifestations of emergent strategies of neoliberal territorial design and their uneven socio-spatial consequences across territories, landscapes, and scales will require further analysis and theorization, not only by scholars of primary commodity production, agrarian environments, rural sociology/geography, political ecology, and global land grabbing, but also by critical urban researchers. Indeed, in the expanded vision of critical urban studies envisioned here, urbanists will need to engage much more systematically with these and related fields of investigation whose spatial foci are conventionally assumed to be extrinsic to their concerns. It remains to be seen whether the scale-attuned, state-theoretical, and territorially expanded perspective on urbanization proposed here, or variations thereof, might offer generative conceptual tools and methodological perspectives for scholars who have long been concerned with developments in agrarian, extractive, pastoral, forested, rural, hinterland, wilderness, or maritime spaces. From my point of view, the potential contribution of such an approach cannot consist in the intellectually imperialistic deployment of urbanization as a new master concept in relation to which all other processes, transformations, and struggles could somehow be explained. The goal, rather, is to explore possible avenues of cross-fertilization through which the relational co-production of metropolitan and extra-metropolitan spaces around the world may be illuminated from diverse intellectual starting points, scales of analysis, and research sites. While the conceptualization of the capitalist urban fabric proposed here is tightly articulated to a neo-Lefebvrean theoretical framework and to a systematic concern with the historical and contemporary geographies of capitalist industrial transformation, its reflexively dialectical epistemic foundations are intended precisely to circumvent the methodological hazards associated with economic reductionism, structuralism, and teleology, and thus to avoid the premature interpretive closure of emergent, heterogeneous, uneven, differentially experienced, and contradictory socio-spatial relations. Rather than presupposing the prior existence of an encompassing structure, objectified system, or expressive totality into which metropolitan regions or industrializing hinterlands are neatly inserted, the challenge is precisely to explore the relationally co-evolving, mutually constitutive interconnections and the intercontextual mediations that form and transform such spaces, and that, in so doing, simultaneously produce and relentlessly restructure the macrospatial configurations in which they are embedded. Point 59. Thus understood, the concept of the capitalist urban fabric, and those of planetary and extended urbanization, are not intended to invoke a singular causality or a unified, all-encompassing process. They are put forward precisely as assertive counterpoints to the city-centric, naive empiricist, diffusionist, and universalizing frameworks that continue to dominate mainstream global urban policy discourse, and that are also, it should be noted, still widely presupposed in discussions of land governance, environmental transformation, and sustainable development in putatively rural areas. In stark contrast to the widely prevalent tendency to position debates on urban/metropolitan and hinterland/rural restructuring in separate intellectual containers, this heterodox conceptualization offers a possible avenue through which the relational interconnections among such spaces in transformation, and indeed their mutual constitution and coevolution, might be more holistically explored. Point 60. Several broad generalizations may be ventured regarding the significance of emergent forms of neoliberal territorial design and global land grabbing in relation to this book's main arguments. First, states continue to play formative roles in activating, financing, managing, and canalizing the ongoing remaking of the capitalist urban fabric. Emergent spaces and scales of urbanization, both concentrated and extended, are being powerfully shaped through state institutions, legal arrangements, political strategies, and regimes of property rights. For this reason, questions of state theory and state power remain central to the project of critical urban studies. Concomitantly, the investigation of urbanization continues to offer an illuminating, if not essential, analytical lens into the evolution of contemporary statehood, including its variegated, uneven, and dynamically evolving spatialities under late modern, neoliberalizing capitalism. Point 61. Second, the problem of creating large-scale, long-term, and relatively fixed infrastructures for capital accumulation appears to be the hegemonic political agenda animating contemporary projects of neoliberal territorial design. Indeed, it seems plausible to interpret the contemporary infrastructural scramble, as well as significant strands of the global land rush, as state spatial strategies to establish substantially upscaled multinational, continental, intercontinental, and interoceanic territorial configurations through which to stimulate, channel, and regulate the circulation of capital within and across global supply chains. Despite their neoliberal rhetoric of unleashing market forces through the dismantling of regulatory constraints on foreign direct investment, the minimization of corporate tax burdens, and the establishment of fast-track, plug-and-play infrastructural matrices, contemporary territorial design projects such as the IRSA, the BRI, and the DMIC can be viewed, in significant measure, as colossally scaled state spatial strategies to upgrade, thicken, and extend the large-scale infrastructural fabric of capitalist urbanization. Insofar as they seek, as Lefebvre prognosticated in the 1970s, to take charge of the management of space on a grand scale, they are not merely urban megaprojects, but mega-urbanization projects. They aim to reconfigure the very land-use matrices, territorial formations, and logistical circuits in and through which the accumulation and circulation of capital are organized at the colossal scale of economic superregions and their intercontinental infrastructural filaments. Point 62. In precisely this sense, much as Lefebvre postulated, the production of new state spaces does indeed appear to have become a strategic moment in the ongoing, if uneven and stratified, planetarization of the capitalist urban fabric. It is, therefore, impossible to grasp our emergent, planetary moment of urban transformation without systematic consideration of the active role of the state's far-reaching spatial logistics in the production and reshaping of inherited territorial configurations, interscalar arrangements, and political ecologies. Point 63. Third, neoliberal design strategies represent a significant deepening and upscaling of the state-induced splintering of the capitalist urban fabric that has been promoted since the dissolution of spatial Keynesian, national developmentalist approaches to territorial planning in the 1970s. In contrast to the post-war, national developmentalist discourse of territorial equalization, and also to more recent, market fundamentalist anticipations of seamless global infrastructural integration, emergent geopolitical strategies to promote the redesign of vast territories through the pursuit of competitiveness-driven infrastructural investments are producing what Kenai and Schindler describe as uneven and complex urban configurations. 64. By prioritizing customized infrastructural assemblages that are oriented toward selectively enhancing hinterland connectivity and the consolidation of export-led accumulation regimes, they trigger a dramatic upscaling of post-Keynesian, post-developmentalist forms of splintering urbanism in conjunction with the planetary proliferation of infrastructure space. 65. This means that the increasingly pervasive condition of infrastructural bypass, classically theorized by urban geographers Stephen Graham and Simon Marvin in the early 2000s with reference to the splintering intrametropolitan impacts of advanced information and communication technologies, is now being massively upscaled to re-articulate entire territories and continents within a qualitatively new matrix of uneven spatial development. Point 66. In precisely this sense, the proliferation of neoliberal approaches to territorial design in the BRICS and beyond appears to be triggering an intensified fracturing, differentiation, and stratification of the capitalist urban fabric rather than fostering a socially inclusive, territorially integrative, or ecologically balanced mode of development at any spatial scale. As Kenai explains, infrastructure supplies neoliberal globalization's material backbone, enabling select territorial enclaves to harness strategic flows and circulations. These world-class nodes gain centrality, while other, bypass geographies are peripheralized. Thus specific places decouple from location. Global South vs. Global North, for instance, and their home countries' aggregate economic output and, instead, are shaped by relative degrees of centrality within cross-border networks of global extent and differential articulation. Point 67. The establishment of new vectors of infrastructural connectivity for transnational circuits of capital also translates directly into a wide range of exclusions, deprivations, disruptions, vulnerabilities, and dispossessions for large population segments within the dispersed hinterland regions into which major investments are being projected. Kenai and Schindler describe this new macrogeography of injustice as follows. There is a proliferation of connectivity conditions laying geographically outside the morphologically consolidated urban zone, sometimes very distant from the city, but spread along vectors of infrastructure provision. These places and their inhabitants may not fully benefit from urban centrality. Yet they are still impacted by the spatial effects of urban extension that are counterpart to increased agglomeration in cities, receiving various surpluses such as increased traffic, waste, and pollutants, and are subject to new forms of dispossession and violence. Point 68. Fourth, and finally, the consolidation of neoliberal territorial design projects has engendered newly rescaled, rewoven intermeshings between the capitalist urban fabric and state space itself. To unpack this somewhat speculative proposition and its import for this book's core argument, it is necessary to recall the reading of Lefebvre's concept of the state mode of production that was explicated at length in Chapter 2.69. In that context, I discussed Lefebvre's observation that the intensification of state spatial logistics during the course of 20th century capitalist industrial development had established a progressively more intricate intermeshing of state space with the capitalist urban fabric, so much so that, on Lefebvre's high modernist reading, state space and the space of urbanism were becoming practically indistinguishable, at least on the phenomenological level of everyday experience. I argued, however, that Lefebvre advanced this proposition through an empirically questionable spatial imprinting hypothesis. he appears to have believed that 20th-century states had effectively managed to configure the urban fabric into morphologies that were not only bureaucratically legible, and thus politically manageable, but isomorphic with the spatial architectures of state power itself. For Lefebvre, this progressive statization of the capitalist urban fabric was paradigmatically embodied in the tight articulation between nationally centralized formations of state territorial power and the concomitant nationalization of spatial planning systems, interregional circulatory infrastructures, and the public equipment of both production and social reproduction. It was similarly manifested, he believed, in the symmetrical intermeshing of precision-nested intergovernmental relays with homologously scale-differentiated national urban hierarchies. Thus, despite Lefebvre's consistent emphasis on the tendential, uneven, polymorphic, contradictory, and contested dimensions of such techno-managerial state spatial strategies, his notion of the SMP appears to have been premised, at core, upon the high modernist expectation that the emergent, planetarized formation of the capitalist urban fabric would continue to crystallize in a statist form. It would thus become increasingly isomorphic with the territorial and scalar architectures of state space itself. As I have argued throughout this book, Lefebvre's analytical framework helpfully illuminates the central role of state spatial strategies in shaping and reshaping the capitalist urban fabric across diverse sites and scales. However, his spatial imprinting hypothesis has, at best, only limited applicability. It appears to be contextually bound to the Fordist Keynesian, national developmentalist, high modernist configuration of capitalism in which it was developed, and even in that context, it probably overstates the degree to which any isomorphism between state space and urban space was actually established. More important for my purposes here, the last 4 decades of post-Keynesian, post-developmentalist state riscaling and capitalist implosion-explosion have effectively obliterated any such spatial isomorphism that might have been even tendentially accomplished through previous rounds of local, regional, and industrial policy intervention and nationally standardizing public infrastructure investment. Indeed, rather than molding urban space into modernist statist territorial and interscalar morphologies, the predominant trajectory of the state spatial strategies explored in this book has been precisely to invert this classic post-war, national developmentalist priority. It is now state space itself that is being reshaped to conform more directly to the future spatial imprints of transnational capital. Despite their many differences in contexts of emergence, locational targets, methods of intervention, politico-ideological valence, and substantive goals, this is the common thread among the wide-ranging state spatial strategies explored in previous chapters. All seek to establish customized, place-, territory-, and / or scale-specific institutional frameworks, urbanisms of exception, in Martin Murray's more recent terminology, through which to enhance the locational assets of particular urban zones in relation to circuits of transnational capital. 70 The configuration of state space is thus transformed into a politico-institutional basis for strategies to enhance urban territorial competitiveness. 71 Under these circumstances, exceptionalized regulatory geographies serve as political strategies for reshaping the capitalist urban fabric, not according to a modernist statist template for progressive national societal development, but as a means to bring state space more directly into conformity with the projected infrastructural requirements of capital circulation within global supply chains. Contemporary projects of neoliberal territorial design and global land grabbing do not appear to counteract or interrupt these powerful, post-1980s tendencies of state spatial restructuring, but they may well signal a qualitatively significant evolution of the latter. As indicated, neoliberal territorial design entails a dramatic upscaling of earlier forms of urban locational policy, and thus of state space itself, in relation to current or projected transnational circuits of capital. Here, the goal is not simply to create zones of advanced infrastructure and market-disciplinary regulatory arrangements within urbanizing districts, enclaves, regions, or corridors, but to redesign the very macro-geographical frameworks in and through which the urbanization of capital occurs, including both the concentrated and extended moments of that process, as well as the variegated infrastructural fabric through which the latter are articulated. Thus, in addition to the intensified emphasis on large-scale logistics infrastructure, this emergent constellation of state spatial strategies also appears to give renewed political priority to the hinterland question, specifically, to the political, regulatory, and financial challenges of converting hinterlands into operational landscapes of extended urbanization. While the BRI, the IRSA, and the DMIC certainly continue to target major metropolitan regions, industrial clusters, ports, and other logistics centers for a range of infrastructural projects, they also seek to transform inherited peripheries, rural areas, and hinterlands into zones of advanced infrastructural equipment, export-oriented industrial intensification, and seamless transnational connectivity. This is also, as discussed earlier, a central goal of many global land-grabbing initiatives, especially in peripheral agrarian and extractive zones. Of course, projects of rural industrialization have a long, beleaguered, and often brutally violent history under modern capitalism. 72 The question, very much an open one, at the present time is whether the new state spatial strategies sketched here might signal a new historical formation of the latter, now tied more directly than previously to the political challenges of designing the fabric of capitalist urbanization itself, and the spatially variegated infrastructural filaments out of which it is woven. It is worth considering, finally, whether contemporary neoliberal territorial design projects and global land-grabbing initiatives signal a new politico-spatial configuration of the internationalized state to which Nikos Balantzas and other Marxian state theorists first drew attention in the late 1970s. 73 While the major BRICS national states continue to play strategic geopolitical roles in the construction and implementation of such projects, the latter also appear to involve a more complex spatial distribution of state operations across regions, territories, and scales oriented toward the transnational circulation of capital. This, in turn, appears to be establishing new layers of state power, institutional arrangements, regulatory operations, legal codes, and financial relays that are much more tightly enmeshed with the splintered infrastructural topographies of the capitalist urban fabric than with inherited relays of territorial sovereignty, legitimacy, democratic accountability, and political deliberation. 74 The political consequences of such a development remain to be articulated and fought out across the variegated, uneven, and stratified landscapes in which this latest formation of the capitalist urban fabric is being formed. For present purposes, it must suffice simply to recall Lefebvre's foreboding observation that the space of catastrophe, the possibility of systematic rupture, is an endemic possibility within any institutional project that seeks to impose a fixed, stabilized order upon the restless flux of socio-spatial relations. 75 The very attempt to mask or suppress the politics of space thus triggers its intensified politicization, often giving further momentum to insurgent political forces that seek to construct alternative forms of territorial organization, societal development, and everyday life. Critical urban theory and the city effect. What, then, remains of the category city in the approach to critical urban theory proposed here? Insofar as the field of urban studies has long presupposed the bounded, unit-like character of the city, or has sought to explain it with reference to certain nominal essences that putatively inhere within the organization of settlement space or agglomeration economies, the existence of cities has largely been naturalized rather than being viewed as a puzzle requiring reflexive theorization, geo-historical contextualization, and geo-comparative analysis. In this sense, my arguments in this book lend further support to Lefebvre's much debated assertion that the concept of the city no longer corresponds to a social object. Sociologically, it is a pseudo-concept. 76 To the degree that urbanists perpetuate such chaotic conceptions, or pseudo-concepts, through their unreflexive choice of categories of analysis, the field of urban studies is likely to remain trapped within an epistemological matrix that at once narrows its vision of the core problematique under investigation and obscures the manifold determinations, mediations, and contestations that underpin the very spatial arenas it takes for granted. These epistemological tendencies are strikingly analogous to those that constrained studies of nationalism prior to the radically historical, process-oriented interventions of critical scholars such as Nikos Balantzas, Benedict Anderson, and Etienne Balibar, among others, in the 1980 S.77, much like the nation form, as analyzed by such radical critics, the city under capitalism may be viewed as an ideological effect of contextually specific spatial practices, institutional arrangements, and modes of representation that create the structural appearance of territorial distinctiveness, singularity, boundedness, and coherence within a broader, worldwide maelstrom of relentless socio-spatial transformation and implosion-explosion. 78. The critical investigation of such city effects can proceed coherently neither by preserving the city concept as a transhistorically self-evident category of analysis nor by jettisoning it entirely as a pure mystification. Instead, as David Wachsmuth has cogently argued, the notion of the city must be treated above all as a category of practice, a representation of urbanization processes that exceeded 79. Consequently, any tenable concept of the city will look less like a scientific abstraction and more like a cognitive map. In other words, it will serve as a phenomenal category, not an analytical 180. The challenge, from this point of view, is precisely to decipher how contextually specific experiences, discourses, and representations of cityness are actively constructed through diverse projects of socio-spatial transformation that emerge and co-evolve within the broader, unevenly woven topographies of the capitalist urban fabric. While such city effects may derive from diverse contextual sources and historical geographies, it seems plausible to expect that they will crystallize in a relatively tight articulation to the strategies of modern states to shape socio-spatial relations, as well as through recurrent socio-political insurgencies. Indeed, in the modern world, the city concept serves, in significant measure, as a governmental and legal category, and this in turn has powerful structuring impacts upon spatial politics and everyday life. 81 Insofar as the notion of the city is directly implicated in specific projects of political management, territorial alliance formation, and concomitant socio-spatial transformation, and also in the ideological distortion of those very operations, it must be critically unpacked in relation to the broader politico-institutional configurations in which it is strategically inscribed. Just as importantly, myriad projects of insurgent socio-spatial transformation may explicitly mobilize visions of the city, for instance, of municipal governmental institutions or the spaces they enclose as their arena, medium, and target. 82 The point here, then, is not to dismiss such city-oriented discourses, representations, imaginaries, strategies, alliances, and struggles as illusory or unimportant, but to advocate a more theoretically reflexive, historically grounded, and spatially polymorphic interrogation of the variegated contexts, transformations, and contestations in relation to which they emerge. In contrast to the widely pervasive, naive objectivist treatment of the city concept as an unproblematic, self-evident, and sociologically neutral tool, it is the city lens itself that must thus be subjected to critical analytical scrutiny. 83. What spatial practices and modes of representation produce the persistent, if also quite variegated, experiential effect of the city's scalar individuation, place-based singularity, territorial boundedness, networked nodality, and, more generally, its apparent structured coherence? How do such unit demarcating effects vary across places, scales, and territories, and according to the differential positionalities of social actors within multiscalar formations of spatialized power relations? How have such practices and representations, and their unevenly distributed socio-spatial consequences, been transformed during the course of capitalist industrial development, through successive regimes of state power and in the contemporary moment of crisis-induced restructuring? How have they served to promote or contest specific urbanization projects, whether centered on the capitalist growth imperative, the geopolitics of state domination, governmentality dispositives, techno-scientific simplifications, or insurgent political mobilizations for spatial justice and the urban commons? Such questions regarding the persistent urban sensorium, which at once inheres within, systematically obscures, and yet also continually reshapes the capitalist urban fabric, must surely figure crucially within any approach to critical urban theory. 84 Under conditions of planetary urbanization, in which the gulf between everyday cognitive maps of city-making and worldwide landscapes of socio-spatial, institutional, and ecological implosion-explosion appears to be rather dramatically widening. The critical interrogation of such city effects appears to have acquired particular urgency. 85. Of course, the project of deciphering the interplay between emergent patterns and pathways of urbanization and configurations of uneven spatial development remains as urgent as ever. However, the methodologically localist, territorialist notions of the city that continue to prevail in the field of urban studies are increasingly blunt conceptual tools for that purpose. In precisely this sense, as Ananyaroy has forcefully argued, this would appear to be an especially opportune moment in which to blast open new theoretical geographies to forge a rejuvenated, reflexive, and relational approach to critical urban studies. 86. This does not mean abandoning or dismissing inherited discourses of the city, but treating them as categories of practice that require critical analytical scrutiny and geopolitical contextualization in relation to state spatial strategies. The politics of space, and everyday life. Like Roy, however, I have argued here for a radical reassessment and reinvention of the categories of analysis through which the project of critical urban studies are to be pursued. The notion of the urban, as reimagined here, may offer some generative epistemological openings for that endeavor, but only if its analytical content is precisely distinguished from the unreflexively city-centric semantic matrix in which it has long been entrapped. Once the rigid analytical constraints imposed by the methodologically pointillist, localist, and territorialist assumptions of 20th-century urban studies are relaxed, a host of static, ahistorical dualisms may be productively superseded. Through such dialectical explorations, the geographies of capitalist urbanization may be reconceptualized in ways that have the potential to illuminate not only the variegated patterns and pathways of agglomeration but also the continuous, multiscalar production and transformation of an unevenly woven urban fabric across the many terrains of extended urbanization that are today still being widely misclassified on the basis of exteriorizing ideologies of the countryside, the rural, and the wilderness. By offering a strongly relational epistemological counterweight against all forms of spatial fetishism, such a perspective may also illuminate, and thus help to politicize, the formative yet too often hidden connections between metropolitan strategies of neoliberalization and various projects of market-disciplinary socio-spatial transformation, enclosure, austerity governance, accumulation by dispossession, and ecological plunder that have been imposed across many of the world's hinterland zones. In recent decades, Figure 10.12 provides a synthetic overview of the major conceptual and methodological proposals that have been put forward in this discussion. Figure 10.12 toward an investigation of the planetary urban fabric. Coda, planetary metamorphosis and the urban question. We thus return to the classic question posed by Manuel Castells in The Urban Question over 4 decades ago, and with which we opened our explorations of the urban question as a scale question in this book: are there specific urban units, 87 under conditions in which the capitalist form of urbanization is being generalized on a planetary scale? This question must be reformulated as, is there an urban process? Here, I have answered that question affirmatively, with reference to the distinctive, restlessly unstable, systemically uneven, and intensely variegated spatialities of capitalist industrialization, as theorized throughout this book with reference to the fixity/motion contradiction, its evolving scalar articulations and stratifications, its mediations through state spatial strategies and spatial politics, and its polymorphic, path-dependent politico-infrastructural expressions in the capitalist urban fabric. In the terms proposed here, it is the relentless implosion-explosion of socio-spatial relations through capitalist industrial development across territories, places, scales, and ecologies that must today be positioned at the analytical epicenter of critical urban theory. The problematique of planetary urbanization has emerged precisely through the uneven extension of this creatively destructive process of implosion-explosion, the industrial metabolism of capital, brutally spatialized onto the scale of the entire planet. This transformation has, in turn, generated wide-ranging, often profoundly destabilizing consequences not only for processes of city building and metropolitan development but also for the far-flung operational landscapes, the erstwhile hinterlands of the world, whose socio-spatial relations, land use patterns, infrastructural configurations, and ecological dynamics are now being remade through emergent circuits of capitalist industrialization and the planetary supply chains that support them. In this sense, the hinterland question is no longer exterior to the urban question, but represents a core dimension of the latter. Today, it is impossible to grasp the essential elements of the urban question except in relation to the diverse, extra-metropolitan zones of the world that are now being enframed within and subordinated to the logics of capital's industrial metabolism, and which directly support the growth of the city upon which urbanists have for so long focused their analytical gaze. Insofar as many of the world's hinterland spaces, extraction zones, agrarian environments, logistics landscapes, and waste management sites are being transformed into territories of accelerated, large-scale industrialization, they are increasingly cross-cut by and more tightly interwoven within the capitalist urban fabric. Consequently, as new formations of territorial enclosure, population displacement, infrastructural connectivity, industrial land use intensification, financialization, and metabolic acceleration rework inherited rhythms of rural life, the erstwhile outsides of urbanism, the hinterland cannot be construed as a peripheralized realm of ghost acreage or as a remote sacrifice zone where the dirty work of supporting metropolitan life is consigned. Rather, formerly exteriorized hinterland spaces mutate into operational landscapes, strategic sites and circuits of industrial transformation that are being woven directly into the capitalist urban fabric. The hinterland thus becomes a strategic territory, medium, and expression of the urban problematique itself. Paradoxically, even as the myriad menaces generated by this planetary metamorphosis, the consolidation, at the dawn of the third millennium, of a planetarized formation of the capitalist urban fabric loom ever larger over social existence, significant strands of contemporary urban studies remain mired in a debilitating city-centrism. 88 This stubbornly entrenched yet increasingly obsolescent epistemology reduces the urban problematique to that of city growth, and thus externalizes analytically, cartographically, and politically the vast, variegated, and dynamically mutating geographies of extended urbanization through which the latter is constituted, and with which it dialectically co-evolves. In stark contrast, I have argued here that contemporary discourses and debates on the majority urban world, the power of agglomeration, the triumph of the city, and the world city network severely narrow our horizons for deciphering the colossal scale and the menacing, potentially devastating consequences of emergent urban transformations worldwide. The claim, in other words, is not only that various extra-metropolitan territories of industrial development must today be construed as strategically essential elements within the capitalist urban fabric, but that our ability to grasp even the more conventionally defined sites of urban life such as global cities, megacities, and metropolitan regions is seriously compromised in the absence of systematic, reflexively relational analysis of such erstwhile exterior zones, the terrain of extended urbanization. The concept of the capitalist urban fabric, as elaborated in this book via a series of scalar explorations, through a concomitant consideration of placemaking, territorialization, and networking processes, and with reference to emergent approaches to extended urbanization, represents one possible basis on which the horizons for urban theory may today be broadened in relation to the wide-ranging challenges of analyzing emergent spaces of urbanization. Perhaps still more important, such a conceptual reorientation may also prove useful for deciphering, and perhaps also for informing, ongoing strategies and struggles over the reconstitution of urban and, thus, planetary life itself. Indeed, the expanded, reinvigorated approach to critical urban theory proposed in these pages is offered not only to help wrest open new perspectives for investigating the historical and contemporary geographies of urbanization under capitalism. It is also put forward in the hope of contributing to the collective project of imagining and, ultimately, pursuing alternative forms and pathways of urbanization at all spatial scales, from the most locally circumscribed to those of emergent, planet-wide webs of interdependence. In these grim times of entrenched market fundamentalism, naturalized austerity governance, consolidating identitarian violence, resurgent techno-scientific authoritarianism, unfettered socio-ecological plunder, and looming environmental catastrophe, it seems especially urgent to harness the tools of critical urban theory toward the imagination of alter-urbanizations, approaches to the production and transformation of space that are focused not on maximizing capitalist profitability, but on the common appropriation of the multifaceted potentials for development without growth, for social and political emancipation, for shared life and nonviolent being in common, for ecological justice, sanity, diversification, and stewardship, and for cultural multiplicity and experimentation that are embedded within, and yet systemically suppressed by, the process of urbanization itself. Recent debates on the right to the city are, of course, centrally relevant to that project, and they also wrestle with the persistent challenge of deciphering where, in what site and at what scale emergent struggles for alter-urbanizations might be crystallizing, or might be likely to emerge in the future. 89 In the neo-Lefebvrean framework elaborated here, there can be no singular, definitive answer to that question, because the struggle within and over the urban emerges precisely in relation to the restlessly shifting challenges of appropriating and transforming the multifaceted potentials produced through urbanization, across the variegated places, territories, scales, and ecologies that form the urban fabric. As the geographies of the capitalist urban fabric mutate, so too is the politics of space re-articulated, a process that, in turn, entails a recomposition of emergent visions not only of how, but of where the spaces and the potentials of the urban might be appropriated and productively transformed. Consequently, as David J. Madden explains, the very idea of the right to the city is deeply ironic, since the approach to urban theory that underpins it actually posits the continual creative destruction of any and all fixed socio-spatial arrangements, at all spatial scales, under modern capitalism. This paradoxical claim that the city is over but some new, truer urbanism has in fact not yet even begun is the center of Lefebvre's critical stance. It is only in this context that one can properly understand Lefebvre's notion of the right to the city. It is often glossed over as the right to urban life or the right to inhabit, and discussed as a desired but not yet established claim to centrality, place, equality, public space, participation, and citizenship. But the right to the city must be more than a demand for the good life. It is arguably only against the background of the end of the city, and its replacement by urban society, that the concept can be seen in its fully ironic originality. Lefebvre is not urging some sort of return to the existing city. He is challenging urban inhabitants to develop new spaces, institutional forms and political frames. 90. In this sense, the struggle for the right to the city must be understood as a form of insurgent spatial politics oriented not just toward a more equitable distribution of, and access to, extant urban spaces and potentials. It involves, far more radically, the collective appropriation of the social power to produce urban life itself, across a multitude of scales, places, territories, and networks, within a thoroughly interdependent, if brutally stratified, planetary web of life. This power also lies at the heart of the notion of alter-urbanizations, which refers not simply to the possibility of a more democratic, just, inclusive, or ecological redesign of extant spaces, either within or beyond metropolitan regions, but to the prospect for a collective appropriation, political self-organization, and ongoing transformation of the very capacity to urbanize, that is, to produce the new spaces, institutional forms and political frames whose conditions of possibility and utopian promise are engendered through the relentless forward motion of the urbanization process itself. 91. Against this background, the foregoing analysis strongly affirms the enduring importance of the politics of space, the proliferation of radically democratic regulatory experiments, and the ongoing struggle for the commons within the world's metropolitan regions, the densely agglomerated zones associated with processes of concentrated urbanization. At the same time, my explorations here suggest that such struggles must be more explicitly and reflexively linked to a broader politics of the planetary commons that is also being fought out elsewhere, by peasants, small landholders, indigenous peoples, and other dispossessed, displaced, or residualized populations across the variegated landscapes of extended urbanization, as well as within inherited hinterlands that, while not directly subsumed within capital's industrial metabolism, are still threatened by its destructive socio-ecological impacts. Here too, in the force field of emergent strategies of neoliberal territorial design, land grabs, lengthening global supply chains, and consolidating transnational logistics networks, the dynamics of capitalist implosion-explosion are unleashing creatively destructive effects upon inherited social and spatial divisions of labor, land use configurations, systems of social reproduction, ecological landscapes, and practices of everyday life. These processes and their variegated socio-spatial and ecological consequences are, in turn, being politicized by a range of social movements, coalitions, and advocacy networks that seek to contest, among other issues, the neocolonial land enclosures, intensifying social immiseration, generalized labor precarity, cascading ecological plunder, rampant population displacement, and persistent everyday violence inflicted through capital's relentlessly speculative, aggressively financialized, and maniacally growth-centric spatio-temporal logics. 92. As Martín Arboleda observes, such contestations often build upon, and may also seek to appropriate and transform, the very infrastructures of communication and transportation that have been forged through processes of extended urbanization. Insofar as urbanization implies a multiscalar process of production and reproduction of the built environment in which global structures of capital and everyday practices become interlinked. These operational landscapes, besides fostering marginalization and oppression, also provide new centralities and opportunities for encounter between previously isolated communities or individuals. Thus, it is precisely in the opening of avenues for increased communication and interaction where the emancipatory promise of planetary urbanization lies. Along with energy transmission lines and roads, contemporary techniques for resource extraction require sophisticated telecommunications infrastructures, meaning that extended urbanization has not only fostered physical mobility but also communication among local communities, in themselves a crucial precondition for political action. 93. Increasingly, then, such contestations of capital's extended built environments, socio-spatial matrices, logistical operations, metabolic circuits, and neocolonial logics resonate with, and occur in direct parallel to, those that are percolating within and around globally networked metropolitan regions, which are likewise grounded upon, and may attempt to appropriate, the variegated techno-infrastructural capacities embedded within the capitalist urban fabric. 94. The approach proposed here thus opens up a perspective for critical urban theory in which connections are made, both analytically and strategically, among the various forms of socio-spatial transformation, spatial politics, and grassroots activism that are being relationally, if unevenly, co-produced across the planetary landscape. Despite the brutal injustices and the devastating social and ecological violence with which they are indelibly intertwined, the potentials unleashed through the capitalist form of urbanization may also contain the traces of radically different modes of urbanization, alter urbanizations in which social and ecological spaces are produced, shared, appropriated, and continually transformed in common, through collective societal self-management and a mode of territorial development that has been uncoupled from the capitalist growth imperative. By offering conceptual tools through which to decipher the multiplication of such potentials, even as they are instrumentalized in support of capital accumulation, tranquilized to bolster state control, or enclosed for private, exclusionary, or repressive purposes, critical urban theory has an important, if necessarily circumscribed, role to play in the ongoing, collective imagination of such alter urbanizations, and in struggles to actualize them. Thank you, friends and colleagues, for helping me bring this project to fruition. This book is for Ignacia, Ivan, and Izar.